Welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting our conference, EUTechSovereignty2025, EU Research and Innovation Framework Programs and Europe's Technological Sovereignty. The event is held under the patronage of the Polish Presidency of the EU Council. Honorary patronage of the conference is also provided by Minister of Development, Funds and Regional Policy, Republic of Poland, Minister of Economic Development and Technology, Republic of Poland, Minister of Science and Higher Education, Republic of Poland, Ministry of Digital Affairs, Republic of Poland, and National Center for Research and Development. Our event is in a hybrid form with participants joining us online from all over Europe. The working language is English. However, speakers may provide their presentation in Polish. Therefore, we have prepared for you a simultaneous translation, and headphones are available in front of the room. Now, I would like to invite to the stage for the official opening two main organizers of today's event, Professor Alojzy Nowak, Rector of the University of Warsaw, and Dr. Zygmunt Krasiński, President of Board of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology. Please, gentlemen.
Tak? A to od powitania zaczynam. Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all here, to have you all here. We are more than happy and privileged that we are co-organizer of this important conference. I will say some words why we are happy in a few minutes, but as you know, at the beginning, I have an honor to welcome the distinguished guests, participants, and key people who are with us today. So it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Jerzy Buzek, former Prime Minister and person whom I do not to present. It is my honor also to say thank you, Professor Buzek, for everything you had done and you have been doing, not only for the development of new technologies, research, etc., but also for Poland to be in the place we are just now, helping us to find our place within the European Union, and not only, but also in the world. There are many people, many universities, many institutions who are following you, who are saying and who are asking me yesterday we have a nice and interesting conference, and they also were asking me to say to you, thank you very much for everything you have been doing, you had been doing up to now. Thank you and pleasure to host you at the University of Warsaw. However, you are from the competitive institutions, from Silesia, from Technical University and other, but we appreciate very much everything you have been doing. Welcome. I wanted to welcome also Prime Minister Waldemar Pawlak, a person, welcome, a person who in the past years, but also now being in Senate, had done very much for developing of Polish economy, of Polish democracy, and I attended many meetings of Prime Minister Pawlak. One day he will be also professor. He is a professor because from time to time he has been giving great lectures for Polish students also at Warsaw University. And your ambitions, or his ambitions, but also consequent approach, and I would say to some extent fight, for changing Poland in terms of economic approach, in terms of certain regulations which are helping to developing Polish economy, and not only Polish economy has to be underlined, and I am underlining with a pleasure. And I am also inviting you and saying that the doors of the University of Warsaw are always open for meeting with the students, professors, faculty members. So thank you also, Mr. Prime Minister, what you have done for the development of the country and of the Polish economy. Thank you very much and welcome. I am also cordially invited Dr. Dariusz Standerski, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Digital Affairs of Poland. Young person with huge achievements in terms of digitalization of the country. Not only universities, not only businesses, but also households, etc., etc. So thank you. Thank you for everything you have been doing. Welcome, Professor Andrzej Szeptycki. I don't see Andrzej. Hopefully he is not sleeping and will join us a little bit later. He's our professor, so using this opportunity to come a little bit later, but hopefully he will be soon Under Secretary of State, Minister of Science and Higher Education. Welcome, Pani Professor Ewa Skrzydło-Tefelska, President of the Patent of the Office of the Republic of Poland. Welcome. And the office was always very good managed. We have more and more patents, so hopefully with you the cooperation will be also going, and congratulations, you were appointed a few weeks ago, so thank you very much for coming. Welcome, Professor Natalia Sobczak, Vice President of the Polish Academy of Sciences. We have very good cooperation with Academy of Sciences, and this is also thanks to Professor Sobczak. Thank you, and we are still hope that the cooperation will be going on. Welcome, Emanuela Girardi, President of Artificial Intelligence, Data and Robotics Association. Welcome, thank you for coming. Welcome, Mr. Antonio Novo Guerrero, President of the European Clusters of Alliances. Welcome, Jesus Valero, President of the European Association of Research and Technology Organization. Welcome. Welcome, Ioannis Sagias, Deputy Head of the Unit of the Valorization Politics of the European Commission. Welcome. Welcome, Jörg Scherer, Managing Director, European Research and Project Office GmbH. Welcome. Welcome, Grzegorz Orawiec, Director of Department of Innovation and Development Support Programs, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, Republic of Poland. Welcome, Agata Vancio, Deputy Director, Department of Innovation and Industrial Policy, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. Welcome, Magdalena Kołodziejska, Deputy Director of the National Center for Research and Development. Welcome. Welcome, Piotr Szynkarczyk, Director of Łukasiewicz Institute, Vice President. Welcome, Barbara Juszczyk, Director of Łukasiewicz Institute, Non-Ferrous Metals. Welcome, Piotr Kowalczyk, Deputy Director of the Institute of Podstawowych Problemów Techniki. And welcome, Dr. Adam Piotrowski, President of Vigo Photonics SA. Welcome, Jolanta Iltrich. Jola is also one of the professor from our university, and she's also the director one of the Łukasiewicz Institute. Pleasure, welcome everyone. I see Piotr Sankowski, also one of the best in the world, our professors of computer sciences. And congratulations, Piotr was recently promoted for full-time professor by the President of Poland. They are still written here that you are university professor, but you are international professor, world professor. And welcome the former rector of, what is the proper name? Military University, and person who has been influencing very much on new technologies, development of the new technologies, cooperation, etc. Thank you for coming and welcome. Welcome, all of you. You are speaking just now or still after you? Yes. University of Warsaw is a special institution. Like many Polish universities and technology universities. We are very much in recent time, frankly, not only recent time, always very interested in developing of new technologies. We are very much interested in modern world. And as you probably know, University of Warsaw in artificial intelligence is ranked in Europe on position number 2 and in the world on position number 10 or 11. So from this perspective, when we look at the modern world, at the development of new technologies, this is the proper place to be here and to discuss all the things which are related somehow to new technologies, innovations, and also artificial intelligence. Yesterday, we had an interesting conference answering the question how much science can do for medicine. It was organized by Technical University of Warsaw and by Professor Skarżyński, one of the leading medical doctors. I am saying about that because came people from all over the world, and some of them were people of Polish origin or Poles who graduated from Warsaw University and from other universities, Wrocław, Jagiellonia, and Poznań, but also technical universities. And what was extremely important was that they achieved a lot over the world. They have been working for Samuel Altman. They have been working for other, say, revolutionists in artificial intelligence. Among 100 people, we were said yesterday that 35 of them are graduated from Polish universities, from Polish technical universities. So this means that the capital assets are extremely strong in terms of new technologies, in terms of artificial intelligence, etc., etc. So what is needed is, at least to some extent, better organization to use them, because we are within European Union. So I think both better regulations and better involvement of Polish government from one side, and better engagement also of European Commission. So this conference, it's not only about security, it will be also about how to support assets we have here in Poland, we have in another or at another European universities to work jointly and to start to compete with American universities, with Chinese universities, and maybe even other universities. To some extent, we have been doing already that, because with the help of the European Commission, for example, University of Warsaw is in strong association with other European universities, with Sorbonne, Heidelberg, Milano, Copenhagen, Charles University. An hour ago, I opened our meeting with those universities sitting in my office, rector's office. Every one of them, all those universities, greeting you as well, with hope that in result of such seminars we have been running just now, the situation will even improve in terms of stronger cooperation, research, teaching, but also implementation of the research, of the results of the research into business on business market. I had short look at the material we are going to discuss today because also of Polish presidency within the European Union. And almost think I agree with most issues which were presented. And we know theoretically what to do. The only thing is that we have to do all those things also practically. And I am absolutely sure that in the results of such conferences, of exchange of ideas, maybe in a month, maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year, the decision will be made how to go into practical issues and how to cooperate stronger. Probably America is also helping us to a certain extent, saying that international professors from America can leave America and can stay or come and to be hired also at European universities. So University of Warsaw for sure will be open. We are opening the doors for 100, 120 professors with whom we have been already cooperating at American universities. It was a pleasure to listen that the European Commission is thinking about that as well. And the European Commission is preparing a certain amount of money to hire and to bring the people to come here to European universities, among them to the University of Warsaw. And I heard that Polish government is also organizing some money. University by itself will find also some money to have strong competitors, good cooperators, etc., etc. So the future from this perspective, I would say, is promising. I had a chance to exchange some words with Prime Minister Pawlak about uncertainty and about certain not good issues going within or in the world generally speaking. We have been thinking about sovereignty. We have been thinking about security, etc., etc. This is important. But as you probably know, uncertainty and security or non-security can appear any place very unexpectedly. 2 weeks ago, one of our colleagues was killed by our student not far away from here, 20 meters from here. So this means that we have also probably redefined to some extent the security or unsecurity. Maybe this will be not the topic of this conference, but we at the University of Warsaw, but also in other places here in Poland, at academias, we have been thinking about that, what to do, why it could happen. He was a good student, and unexpectedly he killed one of our colleagues. What happened? Is the new technology, artificial intelligence, or are they having only positive influence on the society? Maybe not only positive. Maybe there are another issues we should discuss. Maybe we should change the system of education, etc., etc. I'm only indicating one, but I think important point in this sense that it is about human life. It's about humanity also. So from this perspective, For sure, Europe is number one in the world. But in being even number one in the world, taking into account all the humanities, it can happen. It has been happening. Some years ago, someone killed at Charles University 14 or 16 people. It has been happening, such situations. So we have also, speaking about securities, speaking about competition, development, etc., we cannot forget about human beings. We cannot forget about also discussing and proposing different solutions how to avoid such situations. Because life is not only about technologies. Life is not only about artificial intelligence. Life is also about humanities, about human being and success and well-being of human beings. So looking from this perspective, we have a chance to do a lot. And I think that also Polish presidency is about such approach. So once more time, Professor Buzek, I thank you very much that you decided to choose the University of Warsaw to be co-organizer of this important events, because it will give us also the possibility to go further, to discuss all the problems, and one day to come back with the results. Thank you very much, and welcome once again, and please feel at Warsaw University at home. It's European University, it's our university, it's yours university. Thank you very much.
Dear Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. I would like to warmly welcome you at the EUTechSovereignty2025 conference on behalf of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology. Dear Rector, thank you for hosting our important event. 16 years ago, University of Warsaw was one of the founders of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology and is our Polish leader in terms of participation in the framework programs, including Horizon Europe. So my congratulations and thank you for fruitful cooperation. Dear guests, due to our best knowledge, our conference is the first ever conference in Europe on the role of the EU research and innovation framework programs in regaining EU tech sovereignty. We are glad, of course, that our conference is organizing during the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union. And here I would like to especially welcome Professor Ryszard Pregiel, the honorary president and initiator of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology. Dear Professor, thank you for your wisdom and enormous support to our activities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are glad that our event attracted participants representing 25 countries. In particular, I would like to welcome all the participants who decided to join us through the internet connections. There are many of them from Europe to Japan. I am glad that in addition to today's main sessions, many of you will take part in our parallel activities, the Horizon Europe matchmaking event, organized by the Industry Contact Point, thank you very much, and the study visit to one of the Poland's leading high-tech company, Vigo Photonics. Let me warmly welcome representatives of all our event partners, among them IARTO, ADRA, EIT Manufacturing, and ICA, European Clusters Alliance, as well as speakers, panelists, and moderators. The list of them is very, very long. Let me thank all our partners for very good cooperation on the process of preparation of this important conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us successful discussions today. I expect that the outcome of the EUTechSovereignty2025 conference deliberations will be the EastTech position paper on the next 10th framework program, extended to include issues of technological sovereignty, as well as recommendations concerning the national strategy for the restoration of technological sovereignty on the basis of the priorities of the Polish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. So thank you very much for coming, and now I have the honor to ask Professor Jerzy Buzek to take over the chairmanship of our conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our conference, all our honorable guests and all ladies and gentlemen. It's a great possibility to discuss so important issue. Thank you for your introductory speech, both gentlemen, especially you. His Magnificence Rector of Warsaw University. It means we shouldn't say anything more about our conference because you said everything what is necessary. And maybe I can add two very short points. First of all, our conference should propose technological sovereignty, which must be built on united European effort. It's very important because some member states are rather weaker from the point of view of R&D than others. And let us say, we need all of us together, cooperating. So very important is so-called inclusion, regional strength, and we should also remember about our European cohesion policy, and we should use it to support less engaged member states to be together with others. And from that point of view, the role of Polish attendance in all our efforts is very, very important because we are not too excellent from the point of view of excellence. But let us wait, should be much better. Second issue, very important, a resilient innovation ecosystem must connect education, research, especially maybe applied research, fundamental research are also very important, and at the end, industry, it means implementation. So three of them together to build a link between our universities, research organizations, industrial clusters, SMEs, of course, is very, very important. So all the artificial intelligence, data, robotics, other key areas should be united in our effort. And third issue, very shortly, strategic tools like intellectual property rights and economic policy must anchor Europe's autonomy. Well, it is not very easy. We should try to do our best. We've got our European patent, and we can go on this basis. And of course, in Poland, it will be not easy as well. So let us remember about maybe the three issues are very important. It's a great honor for me to announce next speaker in our conference, especially special guests. He is not present. She is not present personally, but can speak to all of us from video message. And it is Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy. Well, technological sovereignty is something about our topics, but security, if we think of Polish presidency in the Council of the European Union, it could be even more important because such a portfolio, technological sovereignty, security, and democracy. Well, we know how important it is. And of course, it is Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Madam Henna Virkkunen. She was very interested to be with us today, but it was impossible from many, many reasons. And she sent us a keynote entitled European Strategy for Technological Sovereignty Goals, Priorities, and Instruments. Very important 3 issues. Let us listen to Madam Executive Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to address your event. This gathering is extremely important for our commitment to strengthening Europe's technological sovereignty. Today, we stand at a critical point in Europe regarding tech, a moment that demands both reflection and ambition. The global race for technological leadership is accelerating, and Europe must choose to lead. We have to secure our leadership in critical technologies that define our future. These technologies are strategic assets. Through them, we will protect our way of life and shape a more resilient and competitive Europe. Technological sovereignty means power to innovate and to shape the future on our own terms. Let me share some examples. We have launched the AI Factories initiative, which is built on our world-class Euro HPC supercomputing network. These AI factories will serve as hubs of excellence, providing AI-optimized supercomputing, support services, and fast-track access to data, tools, and talent. In total, 13 AI factories across 17 member states and 2 participating states, including 1 in Poland. These AI factories will pave the way for truly competitive AI, enabling the development of advanced models trained on European data. Meanwhile, recent years have also underlined the importance of semiconductors chips for our economy. The European Chips Act represents a big success and part of the EU's response to this challenge. Through strategic investments, the CHIPS Act supports the development of new manufacturing capabilities, strengthens our research and development, and promotes private sector investments. The CHIPS Act is already mobilizing over 80 billion euros of private and public funding to increase Europe's security of suppliers of semiconductors, and also in Poland. The launch of Poland's semiconductor strategy is a great signal of the country's commitment to becoming a key player in the European semiconductor industry. But as we know, we must go further. This is why we are working towards revising the current CHIPS Act towards a CHIPS Act II. We have to identify gaps, especially in AI chip design and advanced manufacturing, and scale up. Quantum technologies are the new frontier of strategic importance and global leadership. As the world races to benefit from their transformative power, Europe must lead, not follow. We are proud of our quantum flagship, our network of quantum startups, and our world-class research centers. We need to build quantum hubs, invest in European quantum hardware, and support the new generation of quantum engineers. We must ensure that when the quantum revolution arrives, Europe does not only participate, it succeeds. With our upcoming quantum strategy, we are laying the foundation for a thriving quantum ecosystem. It will secure our technological future, strengthen our defense and security, and also empower the next generation of European innovators. We must remember this goal in the next multi-annual financial framework. It should not be viewed as not only a funding instrument, it must be a strategic asset for our sovereignty. A program that focuses in excellence on scale and speed. It must support advanced and emerging technologies, channel investments into technology infrastructures, and also drive ecosystems that go from fundamental research to full deployment. With these words, I want to say thank you for your work. and I look forward to your discussions and inputs today.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, as you probably know very well, Madam Henna Virkkunen is Finnish nationality, which from the point of view of seeing security in our continent, she could be very similar to our point of view as a Polish citizens, and also to see democracy in quite obvious way. And if I may to invite Mr. Secretary of State, the Minister of Digital Affairs, Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs, Dr. Dariusz Standerski, to give us a keynote speech on the topic Polish contribution to the European Plan for Technological Sovereignty.
Thank you, Prime Minister Buzek, Prime Minister Pawlak, the host, Mr. Rector, Mr. President. I am really honored and glad to speak to you at the University of Warsaw, and I can obviously tell that I can feel it like at home because it is my home, and I can say it as a proud both former student and current lecturer of this wonderful university. And I'm also honored that we can talk today about the technological sovereignty and incidents of mass scale. Our second priority is concerned about AI and other disruptive technologies implementation. And our third priority in digital affairs is about better regulation within the European Union. And especially the first priority, cybersecurity, is crucial to build our sovereignty on the stable foundations. And I'm glad to announce that at the next Council on June the 6th, we will be able to adopt the new cybersecurity blueprint after the 8 years of the old one in force. We gathered all member states and we came into agreement that we need to adopt the new strategy on how to react on the European level for the mass cyber incidents. And that's quite an achievement, to be honest, because we will have the new document, the new blueprint, the new instruction how to react in cybersphere for the all members of the European Union. And that's also the important step to fund the European Cybersecurity Agency, ENISA, on the much higher level than today. And we all know that the number of cybersecurity incidents will only grow. We have crossed the threshold after which our challenges will be never smaller, never lesser than today. Our second priority in terms of AI was marked by, for example, initiatives as Mrs. Vice President Virkkunen already mentioned. At the beginning of our presidency, we are talking about just preparing new strategies, new policies. And here we are after a couple of months. We already have 13 AI factories all across Europe contracted and funded, and they are ready to construct, including one AI factory in Poland. And we are in the middle of the discussion for AI gigafactories. It means supercomputers which are 5 times stronger than current AI factories. So we are in the great shift from regulation to investment and implementation of this regulation. And today and on Thursday, we'll conduct also Polish consultations on gigafactories, because as you can assume, Poland wants to join this race also in terms of AI gigafactories. because that's fortunate that all ministries in Poland, as well as the European Commission, are on the same page. We need to invest heavily, and we need to invest today. And our third priority, including better regulations, was mainly focused on the simplification issue, simplification topic on the European level. And don't get me wrong, simplification is not simply about cutting pieces of regulations out. Simplification is about building the coherent digital legal system all across the European Union, and this is also a strong pillar for tech sovereignty. Because, for example, we conducted the European Roundtable with businesses on simplification. And as European Commission told us, that was the first roundtable on the European level on digital regulations with businesses. That was for the first time in the history. And from our presidency, that will be frequent, every half a year event, to talk with European businesses, not after regulation is adopted, but the way before. And the second pillar of this simplification is to implement our EU regulations together. That's why Polish government proposed at the meeting of the group of the most developed countries in digital affairs in the European Union, we proposed to implement our common transnational sandbox in the AI area. We proposed to build together with countries like Denmark, like Sweden, like Ireland, those countries which are on the higher level of digital development, as Polish is, to build our common platform for AI innovators to test their solutions under the European AI Act. That will be the great opportunity for our entrepreneurs, not only Polish, but also for other countries, to test their solutions not only in the different legal environments at the same time, but also for tens of millions future customers from the beginning. And that could be also the great change of the perspective on how to implement regulations, how to feel responsible for implementing new technologies within our legal environment. And we are fully aware that there is a lot to do in the area of tech sovereignty, that we are merely on the beginning of this road. But for this 146 days of Polish presidency, and for these slightly more than 30 days of Polish presidency left, we'll use every day to build coherent digital law on the European level, to build our common instruction how to react on cyber incidents, and how to invest even more in our digital infrastructure, which is helpful not only for the one member state, but for the whole, European Union, for the parts from another states. And this infrastructure, which works not only for public administration, but also for academia and also for our entrepreneurs. And I'm glad that we can talk and deliberate today on which steps should be taken next. Because since July the 1st, our presidency will come to an end. But our activity in the European Union will be only faster, only more initiatives, and that's where we can build the strong foundation for the future Polish initiatives on the European Union. That's why thank you very much for the invitation, and wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
thank you very much, Minister. I think it was great, your proposals. And the most important today will be, sorry, I will say it in Polish because I don't know the interpretation in English, jak dowieść te wszystkie pomysły, które Państwo macie. I believe that our interpreters could say it to all of you who don't understand Polish, because it's very important in each government to go forward in next years. Well, now I would like to invite you, dear ladies and gentlemen, to high-level debate how to secure the achievement of the goal of regaining Europe's technological sovereignty in the light of the priorities of the Polish presidency of the EU Council. And if I may invite Mr. Waldemar Pawlak, former Prime Minister of Poland. Now, Mr. Pawlak is chairman of the National Economic and Innovation Committee of the Polish Senate. It means it is upper chamber of Polish Parliament. Professor Maria Mrówczyńska, Undersecretary of State. I don't see Madam Minister with us. She is not present, probably. Madam Emanuela Girardi, is the right pronunciation of your name?
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, my first success today. President of ADRA, Artificial Intelligence, Data and Robotics Association. If I may invite you, is somewhere your name, all the before the armchair. Antonio Novo Guerrero, President of European Clusters Alliance. Very nice to see you. If I may invite you as well. And Mr. Jesus Valero, okay, could be, okay. President of the European Association of Research and Technology Organization, EARTO, and CEO, Technologii, Research and Innovation. Professor Alojzy Nowak, His Magnificency Rector of Warsaw University, President of the 4EU Plus Alliance, European Universities Alliance, and Madame Żaneta Zemła-Pacut, Vice President, Patent Office of the Republic of Poland. Thank you very much, all of you. Okay. Everybody is sitting, great. Well, let me sit together with you. Now is okay? Sorry, you see, I'm too much. Oh, well, I didn't know about that. With us is Minister Szeptycki. Sorry about that. I didn't know. From Ministry for Science and Higher Education. Science and Higher Education, Polish Ministry. Thank you very much. You are replacing Madam Mrówczyńska. Yes. Okay. Well, we don't have enough ladies in our panel, but we can manage. Okay, thank you very much. So let us go then to Prime Minister. We've got a new perspective on the relationship between the defense sector and the innovation system and national economy. Because we are in quite new era, and in the light of these changes, state must increasingly regard technological security as a vital component of national security. And how do you see from the point of view of Polish High Chamber of Parliament, how do you see how we can deal from the point of view of Polish Parliament and also government such an issue like defense sector and quite new ideas in innovation system and national economy as well?
Ladies and gentlemen, sovereignty, security now have a new now we have a new situation, especially after 2022, after the war on Ukraine. Everybody understands in Europe, in the democratic country, that it's not only local conflict. If we're looking on the high risk for our democracy, for our society, I think some biggest risk is in our emotion, because if we look on the algorithm in social media, we have completely different two orders. On the democracy country, on the West, we have open communication, we have open algorithm. On the East, we have full state control and manipulation. We have example of, for example, one of the platform which on the West they create demoralization, and on the East they create moralization system. And based on this observation, I think first problem for European technological sovereignty, that's the resilience against hybrid and cognitive threats, and it's first priority. If we're looking on the area of AI, many opinion is that in Europe we have some deficit of ideas of solution of products, but I have interesting contact with our scientists who working on the area of mathematics, and from US they have asked about the connection between language, large language models and mathematics, logic system. And Europe have very high potential of this area. For example, in Warsaw University started the project which name is MISAR. That's the system of writing, checking and managing mathematical proofs is in a formal human readable language. In Germany we have similar system Leo, in France Zenon and Cook. And it's very interesting potential to connect in an AI large language models and logic-based system. And I think for Europe that's very important. And for Europe's sovereignty on the area of technology, especially AI technology, very important is open source. It's a very good balance between state big tech in China and very commercial big tech in US. Open source, for example, like Linux, that's interesting example because it was born in Europe. in Polytechnica University, in Technical University in Helsinki, but Linus Torvalds today working for US company, not for US company. And open source can be a very good balance between US and China AI. I think if we discuss about the high money for defense, very important is investment not only for weapon, but also for technology, not only for army, but also for civil implementation. And I believe that in Poland we can also change the philosophy of defense to more active investment in our civil and technology aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will ask you probably later about some things as well, but now let us go to our ministry. If I may invite you, welcome to our conference. And we are, all the European Union, we are staying in front of 10th framework program of the European Union in research and development. I used to be a rapporteur of the 7th framework program. It was so many years ago, my goodness. And now we are in quite different situation. Generally speaking, it will be probably more than 100 billion euro. We expect even 120 billion euro from the European budget for 10th framework program. How do you see preparation of Polish research community to such a program? How do you see from the point of view of our ministry for science and research and high education?
Thank you very much for this question. Well, the first point is that it was in Warsaw at the beginning of that year that we've got all the 27 member states to adopt the Warsaw Declaration on the importance of the previous framework programs, including the 7th one, and therefore on the importance of the upcoming 10th framework program. We as the scientific community, not only in Poland, but also as the ministers of 27 member states, we believe that framework programs are a good solution, an excellent instrument for Polish and European science, and that's why all the 27 member states clearly stated we don't want some kind of alternative solutions, a kind of bigger innovation fund, which would include also money for science. So this is the first point. Going more into the details, we have, at the beginning of our presidency, we have defined 2 priorities in the area of science, which we believe are of importance for EU, but also for Polish scientific community. It was called openness and synergy. Openness referred briefly to what was previously known as widening. We have scientists with great potential, but our starting point, I'm also professor here at the University of Warsaw, was somehow different 10, 20 years ago than the starting point from our colleagues in the West. So that's why we believe that this open approach, not only financing the best institutions in EU, but a more fair distribution of of money, including the new members, would be beneficial for everybody, because thanks to a wider support here for Central Europe, our colleagues will have the opportunity to fully use their potential. And the concept of synergy refers to the fact that, especially today, we need to look for other funds, for other financial instruments we could use to also finance research and development. So it's not only about 10th Framework Program, it's about other EU financial instruments or national financial instruments also in some cases. Defense is a good example here, where we need to look for money, so not just spend money on, just an example, Korean weaponry, but to finance our own research to use it later in different areas of our life.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I can tell you that widening is our main problem since 2004, because this was big enlargement of the European Union, and we started with such an idea, but it is not going very well, generally speaking, and we should improve everything what is possible in this issue. But thank you very much for presentation your point of view as a minister for science and higher education. And next on my list is Madame Emanuela Girardi. You are president of very interesting association, as a matter of fact, very interesting one, artificial intelligence, data and robotics. And we believe and we dream all our efforts in the idea of new technologies and our future should be connected to our European values, should reflect them, not leaving global competitiveness, maintaining global competitiveness. And we've got sometimes problem with that. And Madam Henna Virkkunen, Executive Vice President, is also responsible for security and democracy. Democracy, absolutely incredible, high technologies, security and democracy, one portfolio. It means values of the EU, our European values, old values, 2,000 years or something, are very important. How do you see that problem, which could be very important?
So thank you and good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here. So I'm disappointing a little bit. I'm disagreeing, with what the minister just said, but I will come to that later. First, I will answer to the question that I was just asked. So I think that developing, deploying, and using technologies that are human-centric, are trustworthy, and are sustainable by design, I would say. This is probably the biggest advantage of the European value, and these are really the values that are embedded and enshrined, I would say, in the AI Act. So the AI Act is, we are very good in regulating, everybody knows, and now how can we make sure that this regulation, it's considered not a constraint, but it's considered sort of advantage, and it's turning into a competitive advantage, which is not today, because today this is not happening. But really, the challenge between, or the balance, I would say, between on one side regulation and the other side is innovation, is the biggest challenge that, every society is facing today. Unfortunately, in Europe, we are really unbalanced at the moment, towards regulation. So we need to try to rebalance this. How can we do it? So I think that Europe has really a unique opportunity today to become a sort of AI leadership globally and to develop this sort of, we can call it the third way. So developing, deploying, and using technology that really places people, rights, and sustainability at the core. and not only copying Chinese or American technologies. But this is very difficult. It's probably really the biggest challenge. What we need to do is really to turn this disadvantage in advantage. So we need to make sure that when we develop technologies that are transparent, that are fair, so the fairness, the transparencies, the accountabilities. So the core of the vision that we have in Europe that is really, trustworthy and human-centric, that this also turn into something that is reliable, robust, and of course also ready to market, not only in the short term, but in the long term. So this means turning this the one that we consider a constraint of innovation or regulation, into an advantage for the competitiveness. But this is very difficult. I think it's probably the most difficult part. So we heard both Verkunen and also the Secretary General that, to say that better regulation is really the key. What we should do, we should probably try to make sure that the implementation of the regulation is done in a reasonable way. We need sandboxes and so on. But this today is very difficult because, we saw that some bans started in February already, so the ban of the prohibited AI system. In August, we will have the starting of the requirements for the general purpose AI, and we don't have a regulation there because the code of practice is still under development. So the requirements of the law will start without any clear indication of how to comply. So this, to me, is not really reasonable regulation. And then next year, we will have next August in 2026, we will have the requirements for the high-risk AI system. And also there, we need harmonized standards, and we are far from having them approved by next year. So I think that this is really a big challenge. So I'm in favor of regulation, don't get me wrong. I don't want walk back regulating, but I think that we need to try to find a way to make it more reasonable and more implementable, in a reasonable way, I would say. And this is really the key. Then what can we do in Europe? So I hear the complaint of the people who say, ADRA is also an industry association, and we have lots of industry members, also the biggest European, not only AI, but big European companies, and they are very worried about how to implement the regulation, and also they're very worried about the fact that implementing the AI regulation will kind of prevent them from competing globally on AI system and AI technologies. But we need really to make sure that this is not happening. So I think that, Virkunen a couple of weeks ago when she presented the AI continent strategy, she said, AI race is far from over, which is true because, it's far from over. But at the moment, I'm sorry to say it, but we are not really, at the finish line, but we're not competing that much. We're lagging very much in this moment. And I think that one of the issues that we're facing, and this is what I'm disagreeing with the minister before, what he said before about FP10, how to invest. I think that we need different tools because if we look at the results that we are excellent in research. Really, we heard before the minister saying that and the rector saying that most of the researcher, even Polish researcher, they are working at OpenAI, they're working in the States and so on. But why then we're not able to bring these research results, the excellence of the research into industry, into society? So something was not working. And so I think that we need to change it. And I'm really welcome new tools like the Competitiveness Fund because we need to invest in initiatives that are really competitive driven. Not only in that, we need to keep on investing in fundamental research, of course, but then we need to change, the tools that we're developing at the moment, because if we think about Draghi's report, Letta's report, Hector's report, they're all saying that something is not working for Europe. And what we don't get, and I think that also going back to the priorities of the Polish presidency, like the cybersecurity, the AI, and the better regulation, what we don't get is that we don't act fast and now, we are really losing the well-being, welfare of European citizens.
Thank you very much. I hope that we will be successful in everything what you are saying, because we are so full of energy. We can follow everything what you said. And let me ask Mr. Antonio Novo Guerrero about industrial clusters. We would like make our clusters, industrial clusters in all European Union contribute more strategically to Europe's technological sovereignty. Especially interesting for us is connecting SMEs and regional innovation actors, because in this case we could be successful in each place in Europe. How do you see such a possibility, especially in the case of SMEs and the regional actors? Of course, SMEs are also regional actors, but I'm saying about research, administration in our regions. How do you see that? Not working. You must touch.
Now, okay.
Okay, it's
so,
working.
First, thank you to the organization for inviting me to be here. It's a real honor. I fully subscribe to Manuela's comment. First, okay. We are the voice of the industry. 83% of the clusters members are SMEs, but there are also a strong number of large companies, technological centers, universities. There is something like 1,500 clusters across Europe, joining 150,000 companies. It's a lot of people working on cluster environment, collaborating together for innovation. 400 of them are working on digital and technology, deep technology in many cases. And we are strongly related to regions, as you say. And we are also cross-collaborating through regions across Europe. We are, I would say, the glue on cross-collaboration. But we face the same challenges that were highlighted by Manuela. We need a real strategy at industrial level on Europe for implementing technologies, for implementing the science that is being developed through the different universities, not just for 1,000 or 3,000 companies participating in the Horizon Europe programs, 10,000. We have millions of companies across Europe. And as it was said, the Letta report, Draghi's report, highlighted the decreasing competitiveness in Europe against the global world. Why? That's the question. We cannot reproduce the American way to develop the companies. We need to create the European one. And we are missing those kind of very well-structured strategies. We have now a clear plan on AI level for science, for development, for gigafactories. But what about the plans to transfer all those capacities to the wide scope of the industry? Yeah. Hundreds of thousands. That is the real goal. Clusters are working on that, but we are still missing the European plans. I am a member of the Industrial Forum, the European Union Industrial Forum. I am curator of the Task Force on Industrial Transition Pathways, strategic plans. We have been pushing for now years on defining at the European level those plans. And clusters can be a player, like technological centers, like ADRA, like others. But I need to say it's still pending to be done. And I will encourage all of us, also the Polish Presidency, to push on that line. There are 81 Polish clusters. Some of them very well known, you know, in defense, the Silesian aviation clusters, and also in health, and construction, and food. There are very strong resources here. But I would like to ask here, how many of you are collaborating really with clusters? That's the point, very few. So we need to change something, because we have a very strong tool that we are not using as much as we really need to engage industry on innovation.
Thank you very much. So I will continue what you started to say, asking Mr. Jesus Valero. You are president of Association of Research and Technology Organizations, and probably the most important issue from European point of view, because we can say we do have fundamental research on very good level, but from the point of view of implementation of our applied research in European Union, maybe in Poland especially, it is not easy, and we should do everything bridging science and industry. So it's a slightly wider issue than regional actors and SMEs. How do you see possibility of, you see, we need deployment of strategic technologies, and maybe we need a new EU instruments in next framework program, for example, for our Innovation Council in our programs. How do you see that from your perspective?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the organization for inviting me to this event. I'm going to answer to your question in two different ways. One is what organizations as RTOs should do, and the other thing is how the European Commission should do on in this field. I start with pointing the finger to myself, to the RTOs. Okay, I think first thing that we should do is to be able to evaluate something that was not so important some years ago, which was the geopolitical trends. We had a very stable world, or we had the perception of a very stable world, and this is no longer true. So first is that we need to be aware of these geopolitical tensions and use that to manage our own organizations. Second thing that we should do from the EARTO perspective, the RTOs, is alignment with the EU, regional and national policies for industry policies, in fact. There is no pan-European RTO. We are all national or even regional, and we know very well what are the national, regional, industrial policies, so we need to adapt and help the industry in our regions, in our countries, and all over Europe to increase the radical innovation, what Europe is asking us right now. Then the third one is something that we are very good at, which is creating ecosystems. R&D is not a linear process. It's not a value chain. It's an ecosystem, a value ecosystem. And we are in the middle. So we work a lot with academia, we work a lot with industry, and we are able to speak both languages, which is not normal. We can talk to academia about research, and we can talk to industry about exploitation, products, market, business models, and so on. So we can play this role of being in the middle, generating these ecosystems. The fourth one is about technology infrastructures. 3 weeks ago, we had here in Warsaw a meeting about technological infrastructures. RTOs, we need to push for ideating, creating, transforming, upgrading our technological infrastructures to be adapted to this new challenge on a much more radical innovation towards industry. And then the fifth one is a very relevant one, which is a startup and scale-ups. There is a recent report on the economical footprint of RTOs, in which 15 RTOs across Europe, 15 of the biggest RTOs in Europe, had evaluated the economical impact of RTOs, and they find out that all the 15 have created more than 400 startups in just 2 years. But the most important thing is that with a very high survival rate and with an impact an impact of more than 5 billion euro in these 2 years. So this is from our perspective. And if I come back to the European Commission, first I have to say that we appreciate a lot the words of the President von der Leyen last week, saying that Europe needs a standalone framework program. So this is something that we have been defended for months right now. So we fully agree, because we share with her that the framework program is an outstanding EU brand. It's the biggest, more challenging, more competitive framework research program all over the world. And in this specific moment where a lot of researchers from the United States are thinking on living there and coming to other places to do the research, having a strong framework program is absolutely critical. So we share with President von der Leyen this vision. But obviously there are many, many questions on the table right now. We have the first vision, there will be a standalone framework program, but now let's go to the details. You know, in Spain we say, devil is in the details. So what we need right now is to be sure that R&D grants are already there in this framework program. We have concerns about how to connect the framework program with the MFF, how this is going to be connected and why. The financial toolbox needs to be defined, especially important for the RTOs, because funding rate, which is probably something technical for most of you, but it's critical for the participation of RTOs in the framework program. I'm going to put an example. There are 19,000 organizations participating in the framework program. Technalia is number 13 in funding capture from the European Commission. We are decreasing our participation in the framework program during the last years because funding rate is not enough to compete with northern countries. For a country like Spain or even eastern countries, which less support from the regional and national point of view to the participation in the framework program. But there are other things, how this is going to be transversal, how the member state funding is going to participate. So finally, as a final conclusion, 3 things we advocate at EARTO. First thing is a strong budget for industrial research and innovation in the framework program. The more RTOs in the framework program, the more industry in the framework program. The more industry in the framework program, the better results for Europe. Then the second one is simplification, reduction of bureaucracy. President von der Leyen outlined this in her speech, so we fully agree on that. Everyone agrees in Europe about that. And then the third one is a clear, transversal toolbox for the RTOs in the framework program.
Thank you very much. Everything very concrete, very good. Dear panelists, if I may say, very important issue. If you want to add anything for 1 minute, let's say, and to have a different point of view than one of the speakers, please feel free to give me a signal, and you will have 1 minute or 1.5 minute speeches. In European Parliament, 1 minute is enough. So maybe for you will be also enough. If you want to add anything to to the answers, I would like to ask Professor Alojzy Nowak, our rector and one of the organizers. Thank you very much once again for your introduction at the beginning of our conference. It was very, very, very important. I would like to ask you about, as a matter of fact, fundamental, basic research, which could create, produce even world-class talents, frontier research, strategic innovation. How do you see from the point of view of your university, which is not University of Technologies? Thank you very much, Mr. Rector, because you used the precise name University of Technology or Technical University even much more times than University for human resources. So from this point of view, you feel that we are united, all of us, and we would like to create talents. And how to do that on the basis, probably on the basis of fundamental research? How do you see that?
Okay, This is a fundamental question and fundamental problem also in Poland, but I think in Europe at least. You know, frankly, we, from the perspective of the University of Warsaw, we do not divide universities, comprehensive universities and technological universities. We are looking from slightly different perspective. Are you good or not? Are you doing research on certain level or you are not doing? Are you teaching properly or you are not teaching properly? And I can say that we established a certain, also within Poland, a certain organization, association of, say, for sure, 4 universities and 6 technical universities. I can even name Warsaw University, University of Warsaw, Jagiellonian University, Poznań University, Wrocław University, and then we have Technical University of Warsaw, AGH, Technical University of Kraków, 2 of them, Wrocław, because also Technical University in Kraków, Technical University in Wrocław, and Technical University in Poznań. And there are certain fields where we have cooperating very well because the basic research is needed and the applied research is needed. Yeah. And in one kind of research, we are better. In another kind of research, they are better. And we are also on the way to cooperate with an additional thing. We are not looking only from the, say, mathematical perspective or physics or chemistry or biology, etc. We have been also looking from the humanities and social sciences perspective. So we are building certain confederations, say, based on at least 3 pillars. One is hard sciences, the other is social sciences and humanities. And nowadays, in particular, we see that very well. But I have to add also that we have been cooperating. We have opened or reopened also medical schools. So we have been cooperating also with the Medical Army Institute. We have also today the conference because we think that all the 3 pillars are very needed also for medicine. So we have been cooperating. We have been using artificial intelligence. We have been using new technologies, etc., also for medical school. So there is a place for everyone, organizing conference, doing this and that. And additionally, this is not the subject of today's conference, but we decided also to open a center for promoting such approach at Stanford University in Silicon Valley. Yeah. Earlier, before president or the presidential office has been changed, but we are very much involved in that. What is more important also is that we have been also cooperating and strengthening such kind of research and teaching with the European universities, I said earlier. The problem which we have all over the world is probably the same, maybe except America, that sometimes researchers do not understand that nowadays does not exist so-called poor research. That you, by definition, have to think in broader sense and cooperate also in broader sense. So sometimes you have also to convince for such a approach your colleagues. And then you have to convince others. And then we have been coming to the financing. I frankly do not believe that budgetary money is enough to support the research in broader sense. That we have to look also for another money. And we have been doing that. University of Warsaw is leading just now in preparing so-called the endowment for the universities. We have been cooperating with Finnish universities, because Finland is a step ahead of us. But we have been also convincing to support such kind of research between technical universities and comprehensive universities by business. And to some extent we are successful. However, I have to add, we feel also support from the state. This is completely different world today than it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. But still, it's very difficult to convince private businesses, state budget, to take higher risk, propensity to risk. I mean, the propensity to take the risk is very, very low. So even if we have what you were talking about, even if we have good results, even the results were published in good newspapers, etc., in many places. Everyone is accepting. But they say, you know, it's risky to finance, maybe you are not going to be successful. So who is going to spend money for that? State-owned enterprises? Not necessarily. Other institutions, private institutions, at least in these countries, still private institutions, private businesses are such strong like they could be. And there is another thing, there is no tradition to do that.
In the case of United States, we've got especially private investment.
Yes, exactly.
So is it a main difference between European Union
and
United States of America?
Very much so-called business angels, there is financial investors, etc., etc. And I would like to add also, we teach students, also in Europe, not only in Poland.
Yeah.
For example, the theory of Dani Rodrik, the guy from Harvard University, which proved that it is worth to invest in research and education. It's so-called theory of flowers, that you are supporting, giving businesses, the blades of the flowers are following, but at the end, you have only three flowers or 4 flowers, so means 3%, 4%, or 5% people, universities, businesses, which are successful. But at the end of the day, they will be such successful that they will pay taxes, they will repay money, and everyone can be happy because of that. And still, but I'm underlying, and what my colleagues also said, this is not the European tradition. So we have to work on this. I'm talking to my colleagues, rectors from another places, and sometimes they are saying from very good universities, European universities, or my colleagues, they say, you are ahead of us. We cannot convince our colleagues to go this way, etc., because most of them have been awaiting money coming from the budget, because they say, if you have money from the budget, you are more free, you can make independent research, etc., etc. But fortunately, I would say, maybe someone will be not assessing positively, that Commission has been changing, European Commission has been changing the approach, and they started to finance also certain cooperation between universities, technical universities, and business in slightly different way, also by indicating what is important. So building the programs of research, etc., for the future. So this is some kind, or I would say, of the green line for us to that. And then, of course, I'm convincing Minister of Research and Higher Education, have the open mind, look what is going on, the best in the world, and try to finance at least 10 universities, and Warsaw, University of Warsaw is one of them.
Minister don't feel responsible for everything, probably.
And one last sentence. And Andrzej said the truth. We have a special grant given, which is called EDUB, for the best universities. So we
Would
have
you like to add something, Minister?
Well, several things, but from the point of view of the ministry, I think at first we need to find a balance, okay? Like I was speaking about the EU level and this openness, the same applies to the country level. On one hand, we want to support the best universities, and we are doing it through the EDUP. And also through other instruments. If we look at how many grants from the national or EU funds come to the University of Warsaw, this is also a good point here. We still need more. That's what everybody is saying, yes. But on the other hand, we need also a balanced development.
Okay.
And we also need all those small universities, what we call vocational universities, which are in smaller cities and so on. The results on a national or international level, they are not wonderful, okay? But they cooperate with the local labor market and they also keep people there. So that's how we need to somehow share it equally. Not equally, but reasonably.
Thank you, Minister. If I may ask Madam Żaneta Zemła-Pacut, Vice President of the Polish Patent Office, about our intellectual property policy in Poland, maybe especially, but maybe even wider in the European Union. How we can make it better aligned with the EU's goal of achieving technological sovereignty, particularly if we think our European ideas, best ideas in innovation, we would like be protected and commercially exploited within the Union, first of all. Can we do anything about that?
Thank you for this question, and thank you for the invitation to the organizers too. We are very honored to be here and to be part of this discussion on research, development, innovation, but also commercialization of valuable innovation. So when I'm thinking about technological sovereignty and innovation, the first thing that comes to my mind is standard essential patents, but it's something very specific, so perhaps I will park this thought and come back to this later. But in general, when we are thinking about innovation, about valuable technological solutions that we want to have in Europe, we very straightforwardly think about IP. IP is something that guarantees protection of our rights. If we want to have more rights, more innovation, more modern technologies, we need to care about IP, and this is something that we do in the Polish Patent Office, but also in European Patent Office, in EU Intellectual Property Office, so in many places across Europe. There are so many points and so many aspects that I could touch upon that I can hardly choose the most important to discuss with you now, but I have chosen 4 aspects. First of all, raising awareness. We are of an opinion, not only in Poland, but also in Europe, that in our society, we still don't know a lot about patents, about utility models, design rights, trademarks even. So we still don't know how to use them, how to apply for them, what the consequences, what the implications of a monopoly is, and how we can monetize, how we can recoup our investment, how we can gather funds for next innovation to come. So in order to raise awareness in the society as general, but for entrepreneurs, for startups, for small and medium enterprises, we act on several fora. We prepare webinars, workshops, lectures, but I think we also need to be more concentrating on systemic issues. For example, we would like to very much, and we would love having IP program being part of program for high schools. This could start the education for Polish women and men, future leaders in technology already at the high school level, and that would be perfect also for the goal of technological sovereignty. We are trying to get with our message to the students of technological university, of humanities, social sciences, and we are part of those programs at some of them, but still here there's more to be done, and I'm sure of it. We can do something more with the Ministry of Higher Education as well. The next point that I want to address is high quality IP systems. Of course, all of us need high quality decisions of the patent offices, high quality judgments of IP courts, specialized IP courts. But easier said than done. We are witnessing absolutely rapidly developing technology, and we are always following the technology. When an innovation comes to the doors of patent office, we need to very quickly learn it actually to be able to assess whether this is innovative enough, whether it's new, whether it has inventive step, whether it is sufficiently disclosed, because only that then we can grant monopoly right. 20 years of monopoly, it's a lot. We want good patents, we want good quality innovation in Europe, because otherwise we are stuck with thousands of weak patents, of weak innovation that are just blocking the system for follow-up innovation. Next thing, transfer of technology. It has been mentioned so many times already during this panel. The cooperation between academia and enterprises, how to work on that, how to create better connection. We were thinking about creating program again for technology brokers, but even not only technology broker. This is something that is already known, but we thought about client discovery, how we could anticipate the cooperation between academia and business, how we can find a business that wants my innovation and what innovation it needs to be, how to manage with all the regulatory requirements. Sometimes academia creates innovations, creates discoveries which are not complying with the regulatory requirements. This is something that we need to think about in advance, right? And last thing, IP valuation and IP-backed financing. This is something that is absolutely crucial. We don't know how to evaluate IP, and for this reason it cannot be based for a loan, for credit, for funding basically. And without capital we are stuck again because we are not capitalized yet to this level as it is visible in Western European countries. So this year in autumn, we already invite all of you to a conference that is going to be organized in the Patent Office on IP-backed valuation and IP-backed financing. We are going to talk with banks, with bank sector, but also with enterprises to develop standards on IP valuation. And we think this is going to be a major step in thinking about IP-backed financing. We are not alone in this. Many other IP offices do that. So we think the collaboration within the offices of Europe is going to also give added value to our acts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. Because very nice. I will ask you to say 1 minute speech.
Yeah, just one comment on how can that approach be developed, okay? Just one reference from Germany. Germany has publicly published 485 clusters, you know, and they are working all across the different regions. In many cases, they have special agreements with the universities, and before presenting the research projects in technological areas, the cluster is involved in the definition of the projects and ensure that the project is connected with the industry, with the priorities in the industry, but also with the industry itself, with the companies. And it's not only on the definition of the project, they follow up on the project and help in the process of ensuring that the outputs, the deliverables of the projects will be aligned with the industry. And that is a very concrete, very real model that is working. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That is great. Additional question, additional remark. Would you like to comment anything?
it's a very good example. We have, of course, centers for technology transfer at our universities, and they work in a very good way. We have good collaboration with them too. We take up very many initiatives on successful technology transfer, but we still need to advance this know-how, how to actually organize transfer of technology, how to be there at the very stage of it. So thank you for this example, and there are many more also in Finnish universities, in Nordic universities in general. They are very good in bringing innovation to the market, and this is something that we need to focus on.
Thank you very much. I've got a second round of questions of that. We may ask you, because we do not have enough time for longer discussion. If you want to add anything, please do something like that anytime you wish to give me a signal. That was great that we can go also on such an open discussion. And Mr. Prime Minister, I've got a very short question. Any actions are possible from the point of view of Polish Parliament, Senate, upper chamber of our Parliament, towards supporting innovation, maybe in some visits, some concrete actions? Do you have any such idea in your committee?
In Senate, in our Parliament, we organize some panel discussion about basic problem of innovation, of development of our economy. For example, at the end of the last year, we discussed about the regulation as the complex and complicated regulation is a barrier for development for Polish economy and European economy, and this aspect is implemented also to the philosophy of our government and also European Commission and practice. But I would like to discuss also about the suggestion of other panelists. Professor Nowak and Mrs. Emanuela Gerardi spoke about the big problem in Europe, how to implement the result of work of scientists, universities, to economy, to our society. And I think in Europe it's very big problem how to solve this, how to find a good technology for this relation between scientists and business. And referring to Mr. Valero remarks of global trends about the hard decoupling between US and China in European Union, the answer is the risking strategy. And in this context, our discussion about sovereignty, autonomy, it's not matter of choice, it's necessity. And the same is the discussion about Prime Minister Buzek asked me at the first round about the double use technology. It's also a necessity in Europe, not only for weapon, but for double-use technology investment. That's very important for our autonomy, sovereignty, and for our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any remarks from our panelists? No remarks. So I've got a question to Minister Szeptycki, if I may. How to, let's say, provoke higher participation of our science community in framework program, because we are not leaders from that point of view. You know very well about that. Because we need something like that, European money, and to connect ourselves within whole European Union. Very important.
Yeah, sure. First, this is a question of evaluation of our scholars and their activities. We are now working, as you may know, on a new model of evaluation. So discussions are going on how to make better. We have a special work group for that. The second point is that we want to better connect science and business. On a national level, but also on a broader level, we've launched recently what's called the National Congress, Science for Business. The third point is that to do better in the EU, we need good European partnerships. And in this context, European universities alliances like the 4EU+, seem to be an important instrument. In Europe, we have some 64 European universities alliances. Polish universities are present in half of them. So it's quite a good score. And we also want our science to be more visible on an international level. We are working on a new strategy of internationalization of science and higher education, but we also we have a special work group for that, on the promotion of Polish science abroad. Because often we feel our scholars had good results, but they are not visible, so they are not reachable by European partners who would like to get them in their projects, including Horizon projects.
Okay, is everything about widening, as a matter of fact, and that does be better and better. I've got a question also to Madame Emanuela Girardi. As we are deeply divided in the European Union, as a matter of fact. It's not the same market, still not the same market like in the United States of America. And how to connect better and coordinate our research and innovation policy between the member states.
Okay, so I think that fragmentation is really the enemy of Europe today.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we have fantastic ecosystem, like you both mentioned, but they're not really well interconnected between them or among them. And the problem is that we already know that we have limited resources, and if there are overlapping projects, I mean, we have overlapping projects, they're doing the same project in Spain and maybe in Finland, then, I mean, we have a sort of waste of resources. It's good that they have, I mean, we have lots of these national and local ecosystem, but if we're not able to connect them well, we will never be able to be competitive, I mean, globally, to participate in the I race. So what we're doing, I think that we need a better coordination among member states. And what we're doing is we created in the AI office, in the AI board, a subgroup called Innovation AI Board. And we started having some meetings where all the participants of member states, all the people from the Ministry of Digitalization and so on, they are participating. They know what is happening in each member state. And so we share information, we share best practice, we make sure that there is this interconnection. And I think that this is the most important part, really, to try to coordinate, to collaborate, cooperate, and to share best practice. And the last thing that we are trying to do, which is also very good to avoid this sort of fragmentation and also to be a little bit more competitive, and I think about the tech sovereignty. In ADRA, again, we are promoting now the development of a European physical AI. So we're now bringing together all the different EU industries, especially manufacturing, because we're very strong in manufacturing. And we're trying to make sure that we can develop some technologies and physical AI in Europe according to European values, and that they're also able to scale. And I think that this is also an important thing. And promoting a sort of public procurement, so something like buy European first, which we don't have most of the time, maybe because there aren't European solutions. But I think that this also shifts in mindset. I mean, we need to try to promote it, because not only we need to develop this European solution, but we need to buy European first. This is something that we are not doing at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks. And I would like to have an additional question to Mr. Novo Guerrero. The topic is very important from our perspective because we believe in clusters. And is it any possibility from the European level, European clusters, to support, to build our national clusters on, or maybe regional clusters, which could be very supportive? How do you see such a possibility of influence our situation in Poland?
As I said before, you have very good clusters, cluster managers here in Poland. It was when we created the European Cluster Alliance 5 years ago. Poland was vice presidency, Krzysztof Krzysztofski, and you were extremely active. But it's always, when we speak on clusters, about building capabilities, you know. And building capabilities needs methodologies and resources, you know. So what very common problem at European level is that clusters are not really well recognized or integrated. Clusters are active all across sectors, you know. We are, for example, we have very strong clusters on dual technologies, on military technologies. France has 13 clusters working on military, including nuclear, for example. Here you have in Poland also very good clusters working on dual technologies. But they need to be recognized. It's not only about having a common funding program for the nation. It's about, for example, building a strong team at national, regional level in the policy side. So understanding from the policy side what kind of entities are clustered and how can be promoted, okay? Better understanding it. And also dedicating resources, linking them at international level with networks on Europe, but outside Europe also, okay? We are, on AI, for example, we are collaborating with Canada, with many other countries across the world, you know? So, it's really about planning and implementing that plan. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me go to Mr. President Valero. How should EU support capacity building in such a country like Poland? We are not on a high level represented in our European Union policy, so we can say that we are less represented member states, and we would like to close the innovation gap, because if we see such a gap, probably as a whole European Union, we cannot be so influential in the global scale, for example. And we need to be influential and strong from the innovation point of view. So, do you see any possibility to support such a country like Poland?
Okay, there are two answers to this question. One is more based on the overall investment on R&D. When we compare Europe in general, then later I will go to the eastern country and the southern countries. But if you compare Europe as a continent with the most competitive regions in the world, these 6 economies, which are very competitive from the point of view of industrial competitiveness, are spending more than 3.5% of their GDP on R&D, and Europe is investing 2.3%. So there is a gap of almost 1/3. So we need to increase it. Obviously, if you go to the southern countries and to the eastern countries, Poland and Spain are two very good examples. We are even less than 2.3%. In Spain, at this moment, we are 1.4%. So you can imagine the gap that we have right now. But then if you go into the detail on where the investment is done, and you divide this investment into fundamental research, applied research, and experimental development, the gap is huge in experimental development. We are spending more or less, we are investing more or less the same percentage of the GDP than the United States, that Singapore, that Taiwan in fundamental research. We are not bad at fundamental research. In fact, I don't know why the European Commission wants to strengthen ERC, because this is not the problem that we have right now in Europe. But when you go to the higher TRLs, experimental development, These 6 competitive economies in the world are spending 2.3% of the GDP only in experimental development. Europe is doing 1%. And southern countries and eastern countries is even less. In Spain, 0.4%. We cannot be competitive. So it's not only a matter of spending more money or investing more money, but to do a wise investment on the money on the high TRLs.
Okay, thank you very much. Very important. We try, Professor Nowak, if I may ask you, because we are going towards seeing is very visible for us, Central Eastern European countries. And how do you see your alliance? It is Alliance for EU Plus, University Alliance. How do you see your alliance in supporting our Central Eastern European countries and R&D questions?
Oh, thank you. It's a good question. Fortunately, we have been already doing that because there's this high-level association with the 7 European universities from the Western world with huge achievements. I was talking earlier, Heidelberg, Sorbonne, Milano, Copenhagen, Geneva University, Charles University. But on the other side, we have been also building, and we have already built alliances with our universities from Central and Eastern Europe, in particular from Ukraine, but also Estonian, Latvian universities and Belarusia, and we have been cooperating also on strong level with the universities from the south, from former Yugoslavia, etc., etc. And this cooperation is based, number one, on research. We have been doing something in research because there are also good people. Maybe the universities are not necessary, but people are good. We have been exchanging students, and we have been convincing our the Western alliances to cooperate with them, also in terms of exchanging students, doing research, etc. So we can say that fortunately for us, we are, I wouldn't say a central institution, but to some extent we are central institution in terms of cooperation within the Europe. And what is also important, we have strong cooperation with Far East universities, and for a long time with American universities as well. So it is helpful. It is helpful also in this sense that we can offer a very broad platform for different kind of cooperation. And additionally, believe or not, but we are quite active also in cooperation with businesses, with Polish businesses, but also international businesses. Reason is very simple. International businesses which are operating in Poland always were to some extent interested in cooperation with the University of Warsaw and Polish universities, because for a long time, fortunately, we had the chance to go somewhere and we could build connections with colleagues who graduated from those universities, with colleagues which are part-time at the universities and part-time in businesses. So this is important, and it works, I would say.
Great, thank you. As you see, going to the end of our discussion, we can express something like being more responsible from the Polish point of view for the whole European Union, also for our region, as we keep presidency of the Council of the EU. So let me ask Madam Vice President of Polish Patent Office, what about our patent ecosystem, Polish and in all our countries in can we improve anything? Can we add additional values and possibilities? How do you see that?
Well, in fact, the Polish Patent Office leads 3 files in the European Union as the part of Polish presidency in the Council. The patent package, as we call it, comprises so-called standard essential patents, and I'm coming back to them, but also works on supplementary protection certificates, so additional right for pharmaceutical and plant protection products. And those two aspects, those two topics are extremely important for the industry of Europe. Pharmaceutical, medical industry could benefit SPC, unitary SPC or centralized SPC, if this is shaped in a good way, in a balanced way, so that it provides good incentive for innovators, but also good shape of good limits of access to followers. Standard essential patents are perhaps the most obvious topic to be discussed today. Standard essential patents are about norms, about standards, for example, in IT. All of us have our smartphones with us today. How can you assess how many patents are incorporated in one smartphone? Mr. Szeptycki, you have in your pocket now.
Yeah, even 2. Well, I would say 100.
So this is very underestimated number.
I didn't.
Yeah, sorry. I should have told you before that I'm going to ask this question so that you could be more prepared. This is how exams work. But no. But ladies and gentlemen, each and every smartphone that we have in our pockets incorporates between some hundreds till some thousands of patents. If they operate on 5G standards, it's about 8,000 of patents. Now, if we think how we can provide for interoperability of all those smartphones, laptops, cars, and everything, we need to think about, again, not fragmentized, but very general, very open market for standards and for patents. And standard essential patents is extremely complex issue, but it is about guaranteeing, again, incentives for SEP holders to develop new standards, better standards, but also for SEP implementers, and Polish companies are SEP implementers mostly, to access those standards and those patents on fair, non-discriminatory and reasonable terms. And this is the area where we should be very active, and we should think about sustainable, fair IP rights for everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, it's great. Well, any other comment from you, Mr. Prime Minister?
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Emanuela Gerardi, I keep our attention to the problem of fragmentarization of Europe in many aspects. Yeah. I think we can overcome the problem by using effective regulation based on the concept that on the area of economy, of the area of scientists, we need direct pan-European regulation based on the European Commission and European Parliament decision. But on the area of the culture, of our identity, we can use flexible rules like directives. Because the problem of single market today is that we have too many directives also on the area of techniques, of economy, and also on scientists, different mechanisms in other countries. If we create more common direct regulation in European Union, we also accelerate the effect of scale.
Thank you very much. Dear panelists, I didn't even ask you about the most important question of lack of strategic raw materials in the European Union, but it is probably on different discussion because it is everything around of our question of innovation, future economy. But let me say to all audience, big applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And now I would like to ask organizers to continue our discussion.
Thank you very much, and great applause to Professor Buzek for fantastic moderation. To the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a coffee break. Not long one, just a quarter, so we meet here in the room at 12.
Conference. My name is Zygmunt Lalak, and I shall lead you through the agenda this afternoon. So, the first talk this afternoon, which is devoted to artificial intelligence and its role in technological sovereignty. The first speaker this afternoon is Professor Piotr Sankowski, one of the Polish leading experts in the area of artificial intelligence, professor of the University of Warsaw, and the director of the ideas of the newly established institute, whose mission is to work on development and application of artificial intelligence. Professor Sankowski, the stand is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. So my talk is about kind of what we should do to strengthen or to how support the development of artificial intelligence and what is its role in general in research and development. So something you probably heard, artificial intelligence is disruptive technology. So a very nice kind of definition for what it means to be disruptive technology is to say that technology that completely changes the way things are done. And this is and this is exactly what is happening right now. So AI changes things, the way the things are done. And something which is, I think, important to keep in mind is in the next slide. So this is a slide from like half a year ago, but I think it's important kind of to have it in mind and to think of it. So previously, like the slide shows the IQ of the artificial intelligence model. So it's tested like on real Mensa test. These models are tested and then checked how smart they are. So previously, like most of the models were something which you could tell like helpful idiot. So the IQ was around 80, and the first model, which was O1 of OpenAI, scored more than 100 IQ. So it actually scored 120 IQ. So this changes, I think, completely kind of the perspective we should have on artificial intelligence. Previously, most of us, so an average IQ of a human is 100. So previously, most of us were smarter than AI, whether right now AI is smarter than most of us. Yeah, so right now this picture looks like this. So there are more models. Some of them actually score quite close to 140. So this is a lot. Like this really is, in a sense, enough to actually do scientific work. So this, you should kind of imagine. So if you have somebody to work for you, which is quite smart, so what can you do? And exactly this is happening. So this AI is opening new directions, new possibilities, and you should think of it as some help which can allow you to do things smarter, faster, and easier. Yeah. And this is a slide, like a tweet from Wojtek Zaręba, who is one of the co-founders of OpenAI, and he kind of challenges people to imagine what an artificial general intelligence would look like. Yes, so thinking manually, I would say, or kind of thinking by humans is compared to running, whether the working together with AGI is compared to a jet plane. Yeah? So the artificial intelligence which is to come will be way faster, or could solve problems way faster than us. And if I go back to those two slides, you should imagine that this progress from this slide to this slide, it took only half a year. Yeah? So in the next half a year, we'll be probably having models which will be around 150, 160 IQ, and there will be a lot of them. Yeah, so this progress is extremely fast and speeds up. Yeah, so something which we need to remember, which I always tell, is that AI will change education and research. Investment in AI will speed up progress in all technologies, because AI will be used as a key driving force to actually do research in different technologies. Yeah? So you will not be doing research by yourself. We will not be doing research by ourselves, but we'll be doing research together with AI. And something which is very important, and it's important to keep in mind, is as well that the technology stack of AI is very shallow. So this is a very new technology. So still investing in it is actually profitable. It can be done, and we can keep up the speed very, very easily. And again, this is seen on the slides I have shown. So there are many competing models which are quite intelligent and almost exactly as intelligent as the other ones. Yeah? So the progress is very, very fast. Something which we typically, and what we should be discussing here today, is what should Poland, what should Europe, and what should the world do to actually harness this technology. And I would say that the answer is different from depending on the country. Yeah? So the answer for Poland is very different from the answer in Europe. Yes, because we are in a very different moment of history. So Poland only very recently entered high-income state, high-income kind of category by the World Bank, and this should actually impact that we should do innovation very differently. Yeah, so we should do something which is called, we should switch from 2I to 3I strategy. And what it means is, so 1I strategy, this is, and 2I strategy, this is something which Poland has been doing quite successfully. So this is investment in education, in investment in factories. Infusion is actually importing technologies from abroad. So being kind of producing other technologies where the IP is owned by somebody else, whether in innovation is actually building production based on the technologies we own. And this is something which we should switch on to right now, from 2E to 3I strategy. Yes, and then something, again, so if you look on the Europe and world, we have kind of three aspects of investing in technology. So we should invest in education, in research and innovation. And some things which are quite doing, which Europe and Poland has high strength, is very good education. Yes, so in Poland and in Europe in general, but we have the best education, primary, secondary, and tertiary education, and this is a very good starting point for investing into innovation. So this is something we should keep in mind. In Europe, we have quite good performance in actually implementing the research outputs into industry, whether in Poland this is something which is not really working quite well. So this is what we have been discussing during the panels previously. We really need to implement innovation into industry, and this is not the best way not in the best way working right now in Poland. So something which we need, and it's called fourth generation educational institutions. So there are institutions that create global innovation while training local talent. Yeah, so they address global challenges and support local development. So this is something which we should concentrate in creating. So let me skip these two slides. And somehow going back to AI, so I talked about education and research, but going back in AI is actually a huge chance for EU because we really have the best CS education worldwide. So we should do a lot in order to. We should do as much as possible in order to actually keep the people we train here in Europe because they are successfully working abroad. As I said, AI is a very shallow technology. Yes? So it's not too late to invest into AI because we can really in a year or 2 years be where the top research institutions are already. And something which is very important, and I think this is a key point we should make, AI will support all innovations. Yes? So we are building, in a sense, a genius, AI genius, and a person. Maybe it will be should not be called a person by a tool that will be smarter than most of us. Yes? So this tool will allow us to solve the very challenging problems. The problems which we could not solve yet. So we really need to concentrate into how to do research together with AI and not alone. Yeah, because this will allow us to travel with the jet plane and while doing research alone, we, in a sense, are running or doing things manual. And something which is important in the case of Poland, so exactly AI or this boom of AI is happening when we need to transition from 2I to 3I strategy in supporting innovation. So this is the best kind of, it's the best to bet on this technology right now. Yeah, so what we should do, we should keep up the great job we are doing with supporting CS education. So we should not really give up. So it's not that people will switch from using AI, education in CS will not be important. We should really train as many people as possible in AI, in computer science. And we really have kind of very good starting point here in Europe, here in Poland, because we train really the best people. And something which we should do is for research, we should try to make our research globally competitive. And something which is important, I think, and not many people actually realize, is that right now the research in AI is one of the most visible research in the world. So if you look on the list of the most cited venues, worldwide, it's the list starts with Nature, then CVPR, so this is a conference in AI, and only after this you have the New England Journal of Medicine and Science. So in top 10 venues where you can publish, 3 of them come from AI. Yeah, so this is really something is really happening in the research. These papers over there are cited the most and most visible. So we should support people to actually publish in the most competitive venues worldwide. And again, something which we should do for innovation, this is very important here in Poland. We should actually train as many as PhD students as possible. So this we should kind of try to infuse, try to train people so that they quit academia and help industry doing great research. And something which is as well important, we should look for specialization in AI. And this should be, of course, or maybe personalized education, embodied systems, because Europe is very strong in robotics, AI for science, because this is something we need to do. So if we want to keep up doing good science, we need to invest in AI for science, because there will be no choice in doing science without AI. And as well AI for defense, and this is something important here in Poland. So dual-use technologies in AI are a huge opportunity here for us in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there perhaps a question or comment someone would like to? Yeah, who is interested? Over there. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, how do you square the suggestion that we should train more PhDs with the fact that 50 meters from here you've got University of Warsaw PhD students attending on strike because the salaries are so poor? And, can you do this at the current levels of organization and funding?
I mean, I was advocating for this many years. For many years, we should pay PhD students more. So I totally support these claims. I mean, if we want the best people to actually do science, we should offer them competitive salaries. No, in a sense, it's happening. So I was responsible for running, and we will be responsible in this new Ideas Institute, responsible for running countrywide PhD program, where we do pay PhD students higher salaries.
No further questions, so thank you again for sharing your insights with us. And we shall go on to the next point of our meeting, which is a debate on assessment of the impact of the EU framework program instruments and European partnerships on Europe's technological sovereignty. This is an interesting topic, and the discussion will be led by Dr. Adam Piotrowski, the president of the Vigo Corporation. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having a privilege to run the panel. So I would like to invite to the chairs Tomasz Mazurek, CEO or co-CEO of Funding Box Accelerator, Katarzyna Walczyk-Matuszyk, Vice President of Izbę, or host, Florian Zubasku, Executive Editor in Science Business, Professor Stankowski, to continue, and the Krzysztof Lipiec from PIAP and EIT Manufacturing. Change the floor. How about now? Yeah, I hear myself. All right, so the EU sovereignty is a key aspect right now. So I would like to go through a few topics. The first question would be to everyone, kind of a warm-up to go through and see where we are. So we're having a global economic war for sure. That's what is happening, and at the same time, a lot of opportunities in the new technologies like AI or Industry 4.0. So there is ambition to create a kind of a safety harbor safe harbor in Europe in terms of quality of life. But how is it compatible with this competitive position of Europe? Can we still keep a pace? And what policies, scientific innovations are essential to ensure that we indeed can afford both quality of life and our economic position. So maybe let's start with Katarzyna.
Thank you, Adam, for the question. A very relevant one and timely in the geopolitical scene. We've heard today a lot, also from Vice President Virkkunen and from the previous panelists, that actually Europe should focus over like AI, quantum, and others. The fields, but I believe that we can, of course, and we are doing excellence research in Europe, but the issue is about translating those research into real solution. So my reply to your question would be that the effort should be dedicated to the execution. We have great minds, and thanks to the geopolitical situation, as Rector Nowak mentioned, we can have even the greater from US, for example, and attract them to come here to do the excellence research. But what we need to influence the economy and like to have the competitive advantage and to secure the standards of living of the European citizens is to make those research results being implemented, being visible, and having the real impact. So my reply to your question now, I think it's concentrate on processes and on the execution.
All right, how about you, Florin?
Hello, everyone. I think the assumption with this, it's on. Can you hear me? It's green now. Okay, much better. So I think the assumption, at least in Brussels, around this new focus on competitiveness is that investment in a more competitive Europe will lead to an improvement in terms of prosperity and quality of life. Will it work? I have no idea. Time will tell. But certainly, considering all the circumstances Europe is in, I think we had to wake up. We obviously were far too reliant on others for technology, for defense, and other things. And I think this realization started happening during the pandemic, when we found ourselves lacking things like masks and basic medical supplies during the pandemic. And then things got worse with the war in Ukraine, and now with bonkers politics across the ocean. So yeah, we need to do something. I have no idea if it will improve our lives.
All right, Christoph, from the manufacturing point of view, maybe?
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, this safe harbor, how do we understand it? Because it's quite easy to try to compare ourselves to global superpowers from East or West and then try to copycat what they are doing right now, and I think it's simply not possible, and we know it. We have our own way here in Europe, and that means that we want to protect democratic values. That means that we want to be responsible in environmental sense. We want to preserve our lifestyles. And of course, that is an effort that requires an effort, like a collective effort of all European economies that is focusing on innovation. And that's actually a new paradigm that's somehow rising up from the situation that Florin has just now described, that we need ecosystems here in Europe that will be capable of providing all of that without relying entirely on imported technologies from elsewhere. So, and this can be achieved if we focus on creating these ecosystems here in Europe, if we go hand in hand with private-public partnerships that are intentionally supporting it. And then just briefly, we cannot forget about talent that was mentioned in the lecture opening this session. We need to, our workforce is very skilled, and we have to take care of that by upskilling and reskilling all the time. And a couple of more things, but I will maybe not continue right now.
And Piotr, how do you see the potential of combining the quality of life and our global economic position?
So I think, I will, in a sense, make the point from my lecture slightly stronger again. I think right now, kind of innovation is bound will be in future bound to AI, and we, for example, if we want to keep talent here in Poland, we should invest into computing power, because without it we will not be competing competitive, will not be able to keep or attract the talent which we discussed. So in a sense, it's not only, I mean, we are doing in Europe great innovation, great research, but this is not for granted. So if we don't invest appropriately into computing power, then this will not be kept up. And this will in long term impact our kind of quality of life and innovativeness of our companies as well.
Thank you. And Tomasz, your last word on this.
Thank you. I would say that the most important thing is execution and freedom to execute. I think that the policies are important, that we are keeping the other side of the coin, meaning the quality of life and then values that we've got in Europe. But in my view, we should let technologies develop, enter into our lives, and then seeing their impact, we should try to regulate them so that they are used in the proper way, not the vice versa. Technologies nowadays are developing much faster than the law is able to catch up, that the policies are able to catch up. So my view would be let them getting developed, let those technologies get implemented into our lives, and then let's make sure that they are used properly and not misused. Now, I'm gonna give an example. Many years ago, I went to Israel for some conference. It was the early years of Uber in Poland, and there were fights between taxi drivers and Uber drivers. There were protests and so on and so on. And I was surprised when I ordered Uber in Tel Aviv. Guess what happened? Taxi arrived. They went the pragmatic way, not fighting, but finding the solution that offers the customers the possibility to order cabs in a very effective way, but they fulfill the requirements of the taxi drivers and probably the lobbies. And it was the most effective way of introducing this technology into the life. Now, it's happening also in Poland and the other countries. When you order Bolt, Uber, quite often taxis are arriving. So they went the short way. They were much more effective and faster than we in Europe.
All right, so I understand that we need to really combine our quality of life and execute our plans and strategies. So now let's talk about tools from a framework program. We are proud of the European Research Council activities, and the ERC is supporting great programs like Piotr innovations. So how do you see, Piotr, the role in evolving, strengthen Europe's technological sovereignty, particularly in the kind of strategic areas like AI, sustainable technologies? How can we sustain our global position with this kind of support?
Yeah, so I think like European Research Council is one of the very few kind of European founding kind of bodies, research founding bodies, which really concentrate on global competitiveness. So really found the best, the most excellent research or researchers, and I think this is really important in order to keep up with global innovation. Yes, to really be competitive in global scale. Unfortunately, here in Poland, we are not doing that well in applications for ERC grants. And this is exactly the reason we should really take this point into our heart and really try to do more competitive research. I mean, the lack of, one of the reasons why we are not that successful is because we don't do that competitive research. We are not used to really compete with the best, world best researchers to really do thing for the first time. So I really believe this is important to keep up this funding scheme. And I'm really happy to hear, and this was announced last week, that ERC will get additional funding and is thinking about creating bigger and longer term grants in order to attract researchers from abroad, to attract researchers from US. So I hope we will be seeing more ERC grants as well here in Poland.
Sure. The quality of life will help to attract researchers.
As well, this is another good point.
Yeah. All right, Tomasz, as Europe aims for a greater technological sovereignty, cascade grants are often seen as a very good tool for supporting innovators, yet the landscape remains fragmented. So it's hard to navigate for us, for the entrepreneurs, through these lots of different tools. How can cascade grants funding streamline to be more efficient, serve kind of a strategic innovation goals?
Well, cascade grants are meant to be small and easy to deploy grants, usually in the amounts between 50,000 euro up to 100, 150. They are meant mostly for startups, SMEs, but some of them are also a good fit for the RTOs. Those small grants, their purpose is to really run a quick tests, quick deployments, quick proof of concepts to see how the ideas or how the R&D can be transferred into the real life application. So yes, they are fragmented. For example, we at Funding Box, since 2019, we've managed around 140 million of cascade grants. We distributed to more than 1,000 organizations. So yes, they are small, there are many of them. But we've built a tool that facilitates the process to apply for those grants. And we've also built a tool that gathers all the grants in one place so that when you go to get1pass.eu, that's proprietary portal of Funding Box, you can find different opportunities, search them, and apply for the open opportunities that are for sure suiting your needs. So they are fragmented by definition, but this is just the first step in the continuum, because after a successful POC, depending on what type organization you are, you can go with the further grants for R&D, or if you are the startup, you can raise seed series or Series A to keep developing and bringing to market your solution. But what should be at the end? And this is, I'm coming again to the execution and freedom to execution. We will not build the big ecosystem without contracts from governments. Look at SpaceX. Would SpaceX become a company as it is without contracts from American government? No. I think we need more of those in Europe to go from the very beginning to the very end in this process. So I could imagine innovations that are created with the cascade grants then being deployed on the government level through the tenders. The first recent very big contract, probably you've read, ICEYE, Polish-Finnish company, got a contract for 860 million zlotys from Polish ministry. I think it's a very good sign, and I hope for more such contracts across Europe.
Right. So I understand that we need to have a brave people to bet on just a few players on some key areas, for sure. So Krzysztof, the question for you. You're coordinating from national perspective a key program introducing best manufacturing practices, Industry 4.0, robotics, lean principles to Polish industry. So what kind of tangible successes or key distributions of this program already made in helping Polish companies to advance their manufacturing capabilities?
Yes, I will be happy to talk about tangible results, but before, let me give a little bit of context, who we are and what we do, so that it puts these results also in perspective. So EIT Manufacturing, that I represent today, is an initiative of European Institute of Innovation and Technology. That is a body of the European Union. So I'm a representative here in Poland, and it's a public-private partnership, basically. So we have like 170 members Europe-wide, and 56% of this group are companies. So actually majority of large manufacturing European brands you can think of are our members. So that's already the main strength. You also mentioned budget, and from this perspective, well, we are not that huge. Compared to Horizon Europe program, for instance, the budget we have is like 0.5% of Horizon Europe. However, the aim and the way we operate is completely different. Even though we do distribute grants, it's not the main subject of our activity. So we've completed like 100 innovation projects by now, I believe, more or less. But this funding is only meant to speed up cooperation, to encourage representatives of our network and from outside of our network to work together on innovation, on education, and on new business creation. So going back to the results, one of the very impactful activities is industrial challenges, for instance. That's when large manufacturing companies make a challenge, technology related, something they cannot solve for themselves. So we've completed so far 40 such challenges where this innovation was actually created on demand. On the supply side, we have old school innovation programs where international consortia actually create new technologies. But even then, this 100 projects means that 100 innovation was actually implemented in the market because that's required. A very important part of activities of EIT Manufacturing is supporting startups. So far, we've supported more than 500 of them. And again, by support, I mean not only equity and not equity funding, but also networking and all sorts of services supported their development. So this strength of network is, I would say, the main reason to exist and also main reason to get involved. Because in the previous panel, we talked a lot about top-down approach, what the government can do to support technological sovereignty of Poland, of Europe, and so on. But also, there's a lot that we can do on the bottom-up side with the bottom-up approach. That means that our members, by getting involved, they can create new momentum. And that's what I would encourage to do, because the fragmentation that has also been mentioned so far, it's indeed our Achilles heel. That's something that needs to be solved. And in my first intervention, when I mentioned about the way that we do things in Europe, we are diverse, and that's our strength, but it's also our weakness. And by these horizontal activities, where we act peer-to-peer, we can learn how to solve that.
Right. The question to you, Katarzyna. Your work on science and innovation financing aligns well with the Draghi, Letta, or Hayter report. You prepared the position paper of EUTech for a review of the framework program. So what are your one or two recommendations to align national budgets, national government spendings on the science and innovation with this need for technological sovereignty of Europe?
Thank you very much for this question. So the reports were already mentioned today. I would say that actually what they describe is either known by us and recognized by us who are on the policy side or on the practitioner side, or intuitively we are aware of that. But I would like to tackle one point which was as well highlighted in the previous panels. This is like a fragmentation. Fragmentation of the European funding and the governance model and the bureaucracy. Can a new regulation be a reply to tackle the fragmentation? I think in Europe that we are not only good in regulating, but also we are quite good in over-regulating. So before replying to your question, what can we do to somehow harmonize, is again to have a look into the governance model. How are we to have a critical look into the governance model? How are we going to let's say, implement the changes. Now, according to me, the biggest challenge is that European Union, all the European research area is not like an area, like a country where you have one policy, one implementing body. But actually, in the European Union itself, there are 27 member states with different regimes, with different priorities and different strategies. So looking back, when I had an opportunity to be like a delegate, let's say, to the framework programs, even at the level of the program committees, it was a battlefield between member states to push the national priorities in regard to the topics. So I think that it says a lot about how efficient can Europe be. It says a lot about as well how quick Europe can be in setting the priorities and in executing the priorities. This legal, let's say, background of having 27 plus associate countries, different priorities and regimes, unfortunately, results in the long legislature process, in the bureaucracy, in fragmentation, but also many times in the compromise which is not reflecting the needs of the entire European research area. So now, being completely honest with you, I do not have a direct reply to you. Unfortunately, the founding father of the what is now European Union, that did not foresee a common research policy in the treaties, because at the time it was difficult, I guess, to foresee that research and innovation can and should play such a crucial role in securing European competitiveness and securing European sovereignty, because maybe that could as well somehow support this process. So I believe there is like a big political ahead us. It's a big political discussion, a big political challenge to somehow find a compromise, find a way to elaborate mechanisms within the Union which could tackle the fragmentation and which could support the harmonization. And it all will result in like speeding up the processes, in making them more flexible, but also in like setting the priorities which reflect the possibilities and the interest of the Union as a whole, comparing to the world. So we should compete at the global scale and not compete within the European Union, as unfortunately this is still a case in regard to the research and innovation. Thanks.
Last question in this round to Florian. From your extensive reporting at Science Business, we are looking ahead to a new perspective in 2027. What are what's currently on the table as tools for research, for financing research and innovation in Europe? And what are the early signals about how the future of R&I budget might be structurized or prioritized?
Yeah, so indeed, we have been covering these topics quite early on. Probably the discussion around the future of FP10, the next framework program, really started last year with the Hator report. And but after that, we got a new commission with new plans. So as I said in my initial intervention, the focus is very much on competitiveness. So what the new commission wants to do is to set up this European Competitiveness Fund, and the research framework program will be part of that. Because what they imagine doing is setting up this, they call it a seamless experience in terms of moving ideas from the lab to industrial application and to scale up. So they need to bundle all available funding programs into a single competitiveness fund. Now, there's been a lot of pushback against that idea because research organizations and research lobbies in Brussels don't really agree with the idea. They want a research program that can stand on its own and is somewhat independent. And well, last week we heard from the President of the European Commission that the program will be self-standing, but it will be tightly connected to the competitiveness fund. So I think we can expect that the research program will function in that logic. We don't know that many details because, well, the Commission is a bit secretive about this, but we'll find out more in this summer when they put out a proposal for the next multi-annual budget, which will then be followed by a proposal for the research program. So we'll find out then. In terms of budget, I think the situation is a bit more complicated than in the negotiations for the current EU budget, which will still go on until 2027. But things are more complicated now because there's less money. So the Commission has to pay some loans they took on during the pandemic for the recovery fund. So the question is, will member states agree to supplement the EU budget? Will the structure of the EU budget change from 7 to 5 years? These are all open questions which I can only speculate on. So, but yeah, in general terms, it's been quite a few months since rumors are being floated in Brussels about the structure of the budget, about the structure of the competitiveness fund, about the role of research innovation program in that fund, in that structure. And yeah, the whole thing is a bit confusing for us as well. And I think a bit more transparency from the European Commission would help. The other thing is, final thing I want to say on this topic is, from my experience covering the negotiations for the current MFF, research ministers usually say, yeah, sure. A bigger budget for research is very important. But when you go to the finance ministers, the whole conversation is changing. So if at the national level, universities and research institutions want a bigger pot in the next for research in the next framework program from 2028 on, I think it's the finance ministers they need to convince, not the research ministers. Yeah.
it's always a goal to convince finance ministers about the budget. So the second round, starting from Piotr, we already seen in your lecture 4 areas of AI that can be used in Poland. So actually, how can we channel our national inventiveness through AI? Not only to foster broad economic growth, but to find a competitive advantage for Poland on a global stage.
Yes, thank you. So I think there are several aspects in these questions which I wanted to touch on. So first of all, I said during my lecture that, for example, dual-use technologies are a huge chance for Poland, and I think this is really something which we should be doing more and more. I mean, this is important from the perspective of the war, which is close, but as well from the perspective that not everybody is keen on doing research on dual-use technologies. So it's really a huge opportunity for us to really work on defense tech and to incorporate AI into this work. Another thing which is important is, in general, we should align our kind of how we evaluate research and science with really the global trends. I have shown during my lecture that one of the most competitive venues to publish paper are conferences in AI, and that we really should do everything to publish as much as possible in this globally competitive places. But this is not well understood. So people, researchers in Poland could still tell us or kind of view these venues as not important, and it really was some fight years ago to actually include these conferences into the ministry list, so to actually get points, so-called points for publishing in these conferences. So, but we should really, I think, make it clearer that we should try to align kind of the way we evaluate research in Poland with the global trends. And it's not happening in every possible place, but it's very important that we get the points, the ministry points, so-called, for really doing top-level research and not pretending to do research like by publishing in predatory journals. So I think if we really channel our kind of incentives in the right way, then we will have great outputs coming from researchers.
Thank you. Tomasz, from Perspective Managing Significant EU-funded Projects, how to synchronize the impact of our collective ability and to urgently address these overreaching technological sovereignty issues? What are key reforms that we should implement both on European and national level, really to be more impactful on fostering genuine breakthroughs, especially in critical areas like deep tech?
Probably the obvious answer is, I don't know. If I would know, probably I wouldn't be sitting in the seat of CEO of a company. I would be sitting in the agendas of the EU, driving those changes. So from my position, I believe that each of us has some responsibilities, and well, I'm happy to see that over the years we are pushing the world forward, distributing the cascade funding, making this funding easier for thousands of organizations across Europe. And this is our small input to the big picture. So I would like from this place to encourage you to work with us, both on preparing the next cascade funding projects. We are here in the matchmaking zone. So please find us and speak to Kasia sitting there. Hopefully we can make some new interesting projects. And obviously, I'm also inviting all of you to apply to our open calls published on our websites for Cascade grants.
All right, Krzysztof, what's your point on utilizing the partnerships in the knowledge sharing platforms to multiply effects of every zloty invested in delivering maximum benefits to Poland industrial advancements?
I would say that in order to maximize every zloty invested, you would have to act on both levels, both on a governmental level and the level of initiatives like ours. So before I proceed to what we can do with our initiatives, I would just mention two things that should, in my opinion, happen on a governmental level. So, and they both are related to funding in some way. One is about regulations mentioned today several times. I believe they need to be flexible enough to keep up the pace of technology development, which has been an issue in the EU for quite some time now. And if we don't solve this, we will be really in trouble. Second thing is public procurement. And also, we should have this policy of EU first and really think of our public procurement as a very effective tool to accelerate innovation. And these things I cannot influence directly. So I will go now to the initiatives that we are doing. And they also kind of facilitate and accelerate technology development in Poland. And they are both targeted to the network of our customers, cooperating organizations, and all entities that are active in technology development. So first, our aim is to increase the number of entities participating in EU-funded innovation initiatives. And if you're not active in this field yet, we have an initiative that is called Industry Contact Point for Industry 4.0. So if you have anything to do with manufacturing and innovation in this area, this initiative is funded by Polish Ministry of Education and Science Education. Our consultants are in the lobby today. You will find them there. Talk to them. They will give you more details. Second thing is what we do in public-private partnerships. And as I mentioned before, today I'm representing EIT manufacturing. And this is a little bit more sophisticated, more advanced, because apart from simply participating in projects, you can actually influence European agenda on innovation support, on funding, what's going on in European innovation support programs, European policies. And I really believe that it will be for great benefit of all Polish companies and Polish economy and Polish research institutions if we had more active members, like Vigo is active in one of our partnerships. And that's the way where we can not only benefit from existing policies, but also create new ones. So if you're interested in this kind of engagement, also please contact either my colleagues from Contact Points or us at EIT Manufacturing or me personally, because we have several very flexible ways to support every entity in the way that is best for their current needs. So I believe this is the way to actually optimize our engagement in this kind of initiatives.
Sure. That's in EIT. I see a lot of critical issues that are addressed, like raw materials, made in EU, or digitization processes, or healthy systems. So that's a great tool to cover many aspects. But usually there is a very small budget devoted to solving a huge problems. And we see it in so a question to Katarzyna, we see it in US and China, this kind of a multi-level support to the supply chains, that they are like Buy American Act or Inflation Reduction Act combined with the Science, Chip and Science Act. Those are tools that are in synchronization supporting the Chinese or US ecosystem. So, how do you see what kind of best models, best practices could be implemented in Europe to do it right?
Yes, so, but indeed, this is again refers to my previous intervention. US and China are single states where it's easy to implement such solution and elaborate, let's say, this, ensure the supply chains or the logistic and the collaboration working like this. But indeed, I believe that in Europe we have some best practices which could be taken into consideration while planning the future of both technological sovereignty and putting a lot of efforts also to research and innovation, and they could also inspire a lot the national governments to, let's say, shape those policies. As Florin mentioned, there is this discussion how it will be competitiveness fund or a self-standing framework program, and I would like to say that like the framework programs through the 9th edition proved to be efficient, transparent, well thought. So if you start from the proposal preparation phase, the rules are clear, then the, let's say, evaluation process, but prior to the submission and the implementation process. This is nothing to compare, for example, to the cohesion policy. From the practical point of view, because, let's say, within my career and also now I have the pleasure to coordinate both Horizon Europe programs and cohesion policy funds programs. So this is really nothing to compare in terms of like burdens, administrative burdens, which you dedicate to FP and which you dedicate to the structural funds. It's really, well, okay. So I would like to stress that maybe we could really be critical in having look into what is really working and try to exploit those best practices in terms, of, let's say, of the governance and in terms of execution of the instruments we have. And I believe, I mean, already like some time ago, there was this discussion about synergies. Are the synergies really happen? Well, apart from very minor solutions that were implemented in the current financial perspective, I would say that still there is a huge room for improvement for doing this, using exactly the best practices. We do not have to reinvent the wheel, and really some of those can be adopted throughout different instruments or the future instruments of the Union, but also in regard to the instruments which are implemented by the national and regional governments. So breaking the silos again and being open for the adoption of those best practices. Thank you.
So last question to Florin. You spend a lot of time on communicating about EU policies, financing, but we are still losing on our innovation agenda with direct support to agriculture or other businesses. So, how to really design those future instruments so they can be linked with technological sovereignty, and within that conversation, is there still a political and strategic space for a widening agenda to play a meaningful role?
Yeah, thank you for that question. In terms of technological sovereignty, so we're talking, so what that means is technological independence from other countries, but who those countries are. Are we talking about China? Are we talking about the US now? So I think there needs to be a definition of you know, which countries we can work openly with, and which are those we can't, and on what topics. So the European Commission has been going through this process of negotiating participation in Horizon Europe for third countries. So they've been able to gather quite an impressive number of countries who are now officially associated to the program. One thing that needs to be clarified as the discussions around the competitiveness fund advance is in whether that will continue, in what form, what parts of the framework program will be accessible to third countries, and what are going to be, what topics we're going to be able to work internationally with other countries. So the other question is on dual use and defense R&D. We don't know whether the next framework program will have a dual use or military component, but the European Commission has already decided to allow the European Innovation Council to fund dual use projects. So perhaps that's a hint as to what will happen next. Yeah. On the widening question, I don't know. There's still this immense gap in terms of investment at a national level. So you have at the bottom of the chart, you have Romania. I'm Romanian, by the way. So you have Romania with 0.2% of GDP being invested in R&D. I think it's slightly less. So I'm talking just the public contribution to the R&D budget. It's lower than 0.2% of GDP. And then you have a few countries where they're able to spend more than 3% of GDP. So that brings the EU average around 2.2 or thereabout. But you still have, there's an enormous gap between those figures. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you bridge that gap? We're going to see next year a proposal for a European Research Area Act, which might include some sort of a mandatory target for member states. But that target has been set up. The 3% target has been set up more than 20 years ago, and there's been no progress, basically. So and this brings me to the widening question. On the widening program, I think probably as long as that budget gap continues to be that wide, there will be a need for a widening program. But let's see. I think negotiations for the next MFF and for the next framework program will be more intense than usual because the Parliament and member states have already announced that they oppose some of the ideas coming from the Commission.
Right, thank you. So it was an interesting discussion, starting from a quality of life in Europe to the sovereignty and the position of Poland, Romania, and other neighbor countries in this global perspective. You're right that during this period, not many of those goals on spending in innovation was achieved, but at the same time, a lot of money was invested from the German or French companies into Asia. So hopefully this will change right now with this sovereignty and competitiveness issues and understanding how the other players are playing the same game. So hopefully we can achieve our goals in the next perspective. So thank you for the discussion to everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So we are somewhat behind the schedule, so I suggest we thank our panelists again and then disperse to have lunch, well, in the antechamber in front of our lecture room. Okay, so let's thank you. Let's thank our speakers again. We reconvene 1:15. So it's time to start the afternoon session, plenary session number 2, which is titled Success Stories of Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe Projects, Examples of Science Industry Cooperation and Implementation of High Technologies. So, having successful stories concerning bridging the gap between science and industry is essential, is instrumental in achieving long-term technological sovereignty. So this is a very important panel debate, and this debate will be led by Katarzyna Jotko-Piórecka from Łukasiewicz High-Tech Institute. Here you are.
Thank you a lot for the very nice introduction. It's a honor for me to moderate this panel today, and I would like to invite the speakers. Ms. Katarzyna Materka, who is the EU Project Manager at 7Bulls. Mr. Jacek Olszański, Management Board Member from XTPL. Mr. Krzysztof Samp, Vice President of ITT. And Professor Jacek Jagielski, Coordinator of the Center of Excellence Nomaten at National Center for Nuclear Research. I'm representing Łukasiewicz Institute for Innovation and Technology, which is the part of Łukasiewicz Research Network. And Horizon Europe program is especially important for us because we are having industry contact points at Łukasiewicz, so 6 entities that are supporting entrepreneurs, but also scientists and other representatives of innovation ecosystem in Poland in applying for EU funding. So we are seeing the Horizon Europe as a chance for Polish entrepreneurs to really enter the market of high technologies. And today we will start our panel from the brief introduction of all of the speakers presenting their success stories. And we will start from Mr. Jacek Olszański.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the interruption, your lunch. Working? Okay, thank you. XTPL created and today is developing and commercializing technology of ultra-precise printing of conductive lines. So our natural ecosystem is printed electronic market, especially semiconductors industry, PCBs industry, flat panel display industry, but also biosensors and defense sector. Our technology operates in wide work area, but our unique selling proposition is between 10 micro and 1 micrometer. 1 micrometer is 100 times smaller than the human hair. So we can print the conductive line with 1 micrometer width with the materials with high viscosity. And thanks for that, we can print on heterogeneous surfaces, complex, also on the step, and other 3D shapes. We can print and complex at various substrates like silicon wafers and glass. We offer our technology by 3 product groups. The first is the Delta Printing System, DPS, our most mature product, dedicated for scientific institutes and R&D departments of industrial customers. This is the standalone open platform for prototyping and small volume production. UPD system, our print head for production lines for industrial customers. It is the significant part of the bigger machine for the production lines, and it is a key driver of our business because the character of deals is between several dozens and hundreds devices per one agreement. And our nano inks as a consumables for our devices. Our offer based on silver inks, gold inks. We also are developing copper ink, which is very useful in PCB industry. How we did finance our development over past 10 years? Did we use the grants? Of course we did. 9 grants projects under 4 programs with total value of funding 34 million zloty. If we added all our sources of financing, I mean the sales, grants, and the funds from investors, grants account 20%, and it is significant share. At the early stage, before the commercialization, the structure was better, even better in favor of grants. It was 50% in the whole structure. Would our development be possible without the grants? I'm not sure. I'm sure that without the grants, it would have been taken longer and slower. Poland doesn't have a big, long history of successful companies with advanced technology. This is the special class of assets with high risk and with the long-term return on investment. So the investors are very cautious to finance businesses like ours. You can see on this graphic how grants support our path of development. From the other side, I like highlight how excellent XTPL manage of portfolio of projects, especially on the planning stage. It is important not to waste the money, the energy, the people in the implementation of projects that will not contribute in your development. All our grant projects are in line of our strategy development. From the first patent application through the development of ink formulations, prototype of printer, debut on New Connect through the open new fields of application. Grants provide XTPL with effective support. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for the presentation, and now we are welcoming Ms. Katarzyna Materka from Seven Bulls.
Hello, good afternoon. It's nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to present my company and say a little bit about our participation in European project. So I'm from Seven Bulls. This is software house. No, this way. This is about us. This is company located in Warsaw, in Poland, of course, but not only. We have also our company in Toruń, part of them. We are SME. We also have a research and development center, and this is not a common thing in this company as we are. And we are also AWS partner, which is very important also for European project. We mainly produce software for lots of companies, and very different areas in business. So we are quite wide range of the interest. And we are also, of course, very often participate in the European project in many of them. Lots of grants, lots of competition is in our interest. Here is the biggest one. All of them are from the Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020. This is not all, of course, but the most important and related to the next part of my presentation, on which I say what is our success story on using them. What we are doing in this project. So mostly as a Seven Bulls, we are just make a software. So we are using lots of different technologies, and mostly last time is AI, of course, and cloud solutions and stories like this. But what is our interest? So first of all, development. Second, system integration, integration of the cloud platforms. We are also specialized in database, AI solution, and blockchain is also in our interest. So lots of them. In the grants, mostly we are working on the creation of the idea and polishing them. Then we try to gathering and participate in the consortia and try to using our networks for that. Sometimes we also coordinate the projects, but not all. This is very hard. I suppose we will discuss it also here. Mainly we are interested in the technical coordination, integration, and also we can be a use case partner, as we have lots of spin-off of our company, which are specialized in different areas. And yes, what we are doing here, we deliver end-to-end solutions and just make a soft for European project, which is very important and needed in it. Our success story from the European project, we started at 2017 or 16 with the Melodic project on which we built a platform for the deployment application in the cloud. That was quite, let's say, innovative tool for the integration and using cloud provider, which in this time was really totally independent and new and not so popular like this, like last time nowadays. And then we built this tool for the integration of the using these different cloud providers. In the next project, Morphemic, we are developing the same solution to the new features added to this, let's say in easy way. And then we built the automatic deployment platform for the programmers and for the developers. Based on that, Seven Bulls in 2018 started to building the AI investments company, and based on this knowledge, on this research which we done with these two previous projects, we built the complete investment platform. This is a tool for investment, and based on that, in the next, I suppose, as I remember correctly, 2 years, they built, in fact, they are working their own. They built alternative investment fund registered in Luxembourg, on Fallos Fund. So, and this is a really success story because this is one of these kind of alternative funds which brings income very high and very stable, and using artificial intelligence and using the solution built on the morphemic and melodic platforms. So from this European project, they built totally independent solution and company and in the investment market. So this is not a fake or any other, let's say, marketing stuff. This is real return from this from January 22 until last March. So this is really a success story of using European project and use them in the commercial companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot for this example, and I'm inviting the third speaker of this session.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Krzysztof Sampa. I represent ITI company, and it's really it's a big pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank organizers for giving this opportunity to share our experiences, which is, I believe, always very beneficial for everybody, also for us to talk about it. So we are an SME from Poznań, western part of Poland. Somebody still doesn't know where it is. We have headquarters in Poznań and small affiliation in Bydgoszcz. We are around 75 people. And we are also from IT sector, as my colleague previously. We are almost 30 years present on the market. Originally, we started in the technical consultation in telecom, then IT, and now we are a software house which is providing us dedicated software solutions. First of all, in the area of R&D projects, and that's why I'm here, and I will show you, let's say, what in a moment, more details what we do. Then we also work in space sector, mainly for European Space Agency. It's almost 12, 13 years. And I would say that we do either software for engineers who are constructing satellites or astronomers who are observing different, let's say, effects on the sky, let's say both asteroids, space debris, or solar effects. And then eventually we also deliver software for public institutions and for companies where we support digitalization of selected processes, like for instance some workflows in public administration, or for instance management of recipes in the cosmetic industry, or e-waste management for companies who are supposed to deposit different e-waste materials. So these are different activities, and I will also try to show some synergies between what we do in R&D activities and these actions. We've been also nominated several times Crystal Brussels Prize by National Contact Point in Poland to be one of the, let's say, most active Polish SME in the EU programs, in the framework programs. And last but not least, I would like also to mention that we are members of several clusters. Today in the high-level panel, these clusters were mentioned several times, that this is an important issue. So first of all, we are members of Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology, but yeah, we are also a part of some other clusters. Maybe I will just mention Wielkopolska ICT cluster, which is kind of a partner for this first Polish AI factory, which is based in Poznań. So just to make some advertising for this platform. And coming a few words about our history, how it happened that we are present in these EU programs. So we started quite late because our first project to which we contributed was in the year 2001. So it was still before Poland accessed EU. And it was, at that time, it was not called widening program, but it was sort of a widening program from which we benefited. So it was under the framework program number 5. Then we had a 6th framework program in which we contributed to almost 10 projects. And then there appeared this something which was called Preliminary Action on Security Research Program. So it was the idea, by that time Europe didn't invest in research in security. So it was the first program in which Europe decided to invest for security, civil security research. And we managed to join to one of these of the projects in this program, which was just a start, as it turned out later on, for bigger, let's say, activities in the 7th framework program, where security was a part of the whole program, and we had a number of projects in particular in the security area, not only ICT, which is the original, let's say, for us, information and communication technologies. And close to the end of framework program number 7, we managed to get the first coordination in the project called Camino. I will briefly say a few words about this project in a moment. And then we had Horizon 2020. It's over 20 projects in this area. We have 2 more coordinations in Horizon 2020. And then Horizon Europe, it's currently over 10 projects. We have 1 ongoing coordination. And as we are talking about sovereignty, in parallel, there are ongoing projects dedicated to defense area. So there was, again, PADR, which was preliminary action on defense research, and EDIDP, which is, it was a follow-up to this program. Currently, we have EDF program, European Defense Fund, which is about, let's say, a number of dual-use technologies, not only defense technologies. If I look at this story, it's over almost 25 years, let's say, history, I can say that I can divide it into such 3 areas. So the first, couple of years was for us mainly I would say, in kind of an internship, apprenticeship, just to learn how it works, how to, let's say, become part of this bigger community. Then we became a partner, let's say, serious partner in this project, but still, let's say, maybe not the main partner. And here we had synergy with, let's say, projects for other EU agencies, like European Defence Agency or ENISA, which takes care about cyber security. And last couple of years, it's, let's say, we are more and more often part of some, let's say, core teams in the consortia. In that time, we also made a transition from consulting company to software house, and these programs definitely helped us in this process. And we have a lot of synergies with other, let's say, projects in the other sectors like manufacturing, but also health, education. And now we are also trying to be more active in the defense sector, which is quite demanding, I would say. And of course, with space sector, it's also quite big, let's say, success for us. And just a few words about the projects which we coordinated or still coordinate. So for instance, the first one, it was under the FP7 program called Camino. And this was CSA, so this was coordination and support action. So still it was kind of a paperwork, not let's say, demonstration of technology, but it was just, again, we learned how to run and coordinate bigger projects in the multinational consortia. And then under the, let's say, Horizon 2020, we had 2 projects, EU Sense and EU Radion, both research and innovation action for development of technologies, mainly in the, let's say, area of CBRN. So it's protection against chemical, biological, radiological threats. So we develop a number, let's say, of technologies related to data fusion and techniques. We also, let's say, built on our own some UGVs on which we can, let's say, make different tests, either in tunnels or in some field ranges, also military field ranges. And currently we have a project dedicated to more focus on urban area called Chimera, which is still ongoing, and it touches also, let's say, all three or even four aspects of CBRN. And just recently, in fact, today we have a kickoff in Poznań of project under the EDF, European Defence Fund, called Raptor. It's about remote weapon condition-based model monitoring system. It's a kind of predictive maintenance for weapons, just mainly for rifles. And we are just starting it now. We are quite proud of it. This is our first coordinations under the EDF program. And coming to, let's say, some start of the panel, just some first input. So definitely EU programs helped us in the transition from, let's say, one type of activity to another. So it allowed us to build, let's say, software developer team, to also test different technologies, to learn how to work, and also to approach to let's say, the very demanding, I would say, environment of public and civil security. So definitely it's a good opportunity to develop both company, but also the employees, which are growing together with these projects. But definitely we should remember that these projects are not so short-term oriented. They require a lot of, let's say, involvement, investment, so it takes time until we will see some results out of them. And last but not least, I would also say that the openness for collaboration, flexibility is very, very important because we collaborate in a multinational environment with different cultures, and there are some differences, some similarities. So one needs to find its way in this environment and ecosystem. So I think this concludes my presentation. I would be happy further to contribute to the panel.
Thank you a lot also for this general information that are valid no matter about which sector we are talking. And now I invite Professor Jagielski, so we will turn from the digital technologies into nuclear technologies that for sure no one has doubts that are crucial for our technological sovereignty.
Thank you very much for your invitation. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present you our center, Nomaten Center, which comes from Innovative Materials for Energy. This is one of the first generation teaming projects. Teamings are the biggest European project. Roughly, it's the first investment is roughly 30 million euro, combining both national and European funds. In our case, the main idea behind the center was to build something that is planned to last for sustainability. It means that we would like to focus on the topics which are and will be important at least 30 years, namely the energy and medicine. So it is obvious that these topics will be important for the society. The organization of the teaming project is based on the collaboration between newly established center in Poland, which is supported by strategic partners. In our case, it is French CEA and Finnish VTT companies, so research centers rather, which are big players on the European market. CEA is roughly 6 billion euros yearly, whereas the VTT is 2 billion euros yearly. So our main idea was to focus on three main solicitations. They may appear in materials, namely combination of high temperature, corrosion and irradiation. Once we combine the high temperature and corrosion, we can address the issues important for chemistry and power industry. When we combine irradiation and corrosion, this is the environment in which some radiopharmaceuticals may be active, for instance, the inserts into human body. And when we combine all those three solicitations at the same time, we can address the issues for nuclear technology. So being specialized in those three areas allows us to be an interesting partner for big players on research and nuclear market. This is roughly the structure of the center. Quite complicated as usually in European project, but okay, we are supervised by number of bodies. I will skip it roughly. Current status of the Nomaten Center of Excellence is that we have currently 3 research groups combining the activities from simulation of materials, then going to characterization of materials, The next element is the analysis of functional properties, essentially mechanical properties, corrosion properties, thermal properties, everything which is important for the simulation codes for nuclear technology. And the last group is working on novel radiopharmaceuticals for medical purposes. It's a long story, but to cut it short, I can say that 1 week of irradiation in Maria reactor is roughly 400,000 medical procedures for the people. We are still extending. The next groups will be focused on creating a neutron analysis laboratory around Maria, so using the equipment we recently received from Germany. The other group will be working on amorphous metals, and the last one on highly efficient metals like high entropy alloys, ODS, and so on and so forth. So the concept of the center is based on more or less complete technological line, if I can say, starting from modeling, then characterization of the structure of the materials to understand what is inside, and finally go to functional properties to go as close to the practical application as possible. And essentially our specialization is a holistic approach to material in harsh environments. So how we look at the Nomad and Center of Excellence, essentially like an initiation tool, the tool for initiation of broad cooperation network, what we are doing, and both in national and international cooperation schemes. We do not plan to compete with the big players on the market, simply this is not the scale, but we are trying to fill the holes in their equipment to become attractive partners for them, and this is the technology which is currently paying, because we have 13 European grants and more 12 proposals are being submitted. And as you can see, we receive quite significant money, essentially for investment, roughly 30 million euro, on top of the money we received from the national and European sources, and for research, roughly 6 million euro. And in our work, we still always remember the key important condition for this kind of centers, which is sustainability. We have to build something that will last. And this leads us to the, let's say, slightly less optimistic slide, because thinking about the future, I must say that I'm not sure about the future of the center. We will do our best to survive and to grow. But despite the fact that actually we reached most of the key performance indicators we had to receive. We got a center which employs roughly 50%. We have modern equipment. We got only in the frames of the center 6 European and 10 national grants with several new proposals. We are cooperating with the best centers in the world, like Harvard University, MIT, or so on and so forth, including Japanese and Korean standards. We are quite not sure what will happen in the future, because we have roughly 50% probability of success in acquiring national and European grants. But definitely the lessons we learn is that it is not enough to really sustain such a center. Something we are really needing, and maybe this is the opportunity to discuss it during this session, is that we are definitely badly needing long-term, goal-oriented national projects. One of them could be an example of the HCGR project, namely the project of designing of new high-temperature gas-cooled reactor in Poland. But okay, the first step was finished. We hope that will be more of them. Thank you very much for your attention.
And also thank you for giving the last slide called unknown, because I think that it's the good start for the further discussion, that I would like to have a little bit more general character, because we are all from different fields. Also our guests in the auditorium are from different fields, so I would like to take like the general conclusions from all of the experiences that we have. So following the slide unknown, I would like to ask the first question to Professor Jagielski, asking how you assess, are the European money crucial for the development of your unit? Meaning, without the funding, would you be able to do the part of the research that you are doing, or it would be impossible? So you are really dependent on the European money.
Some interesting question, I would say. First, the straight answer is, of course, yes, because definitely when we are talking about such issues like energy or health or something like that, these are the topics much broader than national problems. So that must be and should be solved on a large scale, not on European. This is the world scale, actually. On the other hand, we must keep in mind that the money coming from the European Commission is, if I'm not very much mistaken, something like few percent only of the sum of the budget for the research from the countries. So this is kind of starting money, kick-off money, but it's not an amount that may really be used for solving the real problems and developing the technology. Something that is badly needed, as I said at the last, there must be defined topics on which we will be working. And I'm not talking about 25 different specializations we plan to address in Poland. We need to select few of them, which will be really financed in continuous way. It doesn't mean that we need the money for 20 years from now. It could be separated in different topics. But we must be sure that investment, which is lengthy and costly in building equipment and competencies, it's a long-term investment. We all know that from the idea to the practical implementation, the time needed is roughly 15 to 20 years. So it is really difficult to imagine that this kind of time scale can be addressed using 3 years long grants, which change from every 5 years. So this is one of the problems. So the conclusion is definitely this money is very important because it was a startup money, some kind of booster at the beginning, but then it should be supported by national programs, national with broad international collaboration. Thank you very much.
So we need, in fact, the long-term strategy, which will be supported, boosted by the money coming in the separated grants. But the strategy should be the long term.
Yes, absolutely. It is nothing new, because if you look in the past, into the 20th century, the development in last century was driven by very simple ideas. Man of the moon, nuclear energy, antibiotics, a computer in each house, access to information from every place, telephone you can bring with you everywhere. So very simple goals, and then with continuous action to implement them.
Okay, thank you. We on the slides from the presentation we already saw some numbers. For example, in the case of XTPL, it was 20% of funds came from grants. In the case of Nomaten, it was 30 million euros for the center, and so on. But I'm curious, what is the pathway? Do we need to start, for example, from the domestic money and then go to the European funding, or we can already apply for the European funding because it's more money in one grant? I would ask Ms. Katarzyna for your insight on that point.
Yes, so from our point of view, it's better to start from the big grant. From the beginning, our experience told us that it's better to apply of the European projects. They are most effective, let's say, and they are I'm sorry, I have to say that they are better organized than our international projects, and the truth is that it's easier to go for them and get the grant to support our research and to build the solutions which we need to develop in company. On the other hand, it's good to have this Polish support too. This is not true that this is not needed or other story, but it's easier and better to start for these big grants, and the European projects are really helpful and easy to get at, let's say. This, on the one hand, it's hard to build a consortium and hard to have a good consortium, but on the other hand, it's easier to support it and later to develop and continue the work on it. So from our side, from our point of view, it's better to jump into the deep water from the beginning.
We had also a very nice slide showing the phases from in the Krzysztof presentation, from firstly from learning from others, in fact participating with the smaller role, and then with the increasing role in the projects. But apart from funding, what are other advantages if in joining the European consortia? Jacek, what is your thoughts about that?
I think the relationship is most important because the relationship with the partners from consortium often results into business relationship. This is the most important for us. We have a practice. Our customers was also our partners in the consortium.
So in fact, skipping between roles, so partners and then customers.
Yeah.
Okay. And we all see the benefits, but are Polish entities in fact active in applying? Krzysztof, how do you assess the presence of other Polish entities in the competition to get the EU funding?
I would say it's changing, it's evolving, because in the beginning I think it was quite little, and then it's getting more and more, and I believe it will be even more in the next years, which on one side is good. On the other side, we have, let's say, bigger competition, but we see this competition already, for instance, from the Southern Europe, and we have a lot of companies from these parts, or from, in fact, all countries there, so which are very, very active, and they have also quite significant support from the state. So I believe, let's say, it's the participation of Polish institutions still requires some efforts, and we should, I believe, build more these, I would call them horizontal relationships. Quite often we see, like in comparison to other countries, usually we are alone as one Polish partner in a consortium, while from the other countries we have like two partners or even three partners. I call it like this triangle: technology provider, end user or future potential customer, and scientific organization, RTO or university. So I believe we need this kind of triangles to let's say, enter into such consortia, and it will give us, first of all, bigger influence on the project, but also then we can make this kind of follow-up. This is what you mentioned previously. We need this kind of strategy and to go forward to what to do with these results, because the project finishes and the consortium disappears, and even if there is something defined, still there is no clear follow-up, and the TRL, like in this research and innovation action, this is number 5, sometimes 6. In innovation action it's a bit higher, but still this valley of death, as they call it, is very, very broad, and it's not easy to cross it, and we need to let's say, different mechanisms to follow, to tackle with this, to go against this challenge. So I believe that this is something that we should definitely work on, and I would, let's say, encourage all of us to think in this way, that we should, let's say, take more from this, and think how we can use these results and apply them for the benefit for all of us, because it's, we work a lot in this civil security area, which is very peculiar, because usually for each of the solutions there is just one customer per country, just very, let's say, roughly speaking. So then and usually if you want to sell something abroad, they are asking whether you already sold it in your country. So that's why it's important to have some, at least first references or usage, maybe not even a commercial contract, but just to let's say, kind of let's say, reference that you used it. And maybe I will just refer briefly to one of the benefits of this project is that you can work in these projects with different end users and from different countries and learn from them. So for SMEs, small and medium enterprises, this is something that is very unusual. Usually you cannot go to the police and ask them what the problems they usually have. But in this kind of projects, you collaborate with these people for a year, 2 or 3, you go to sometimes quite peculiar places and you get this knowledge. And this is very, very, I would say, beneficial for while participating, to get this kind of tacit knowledge, as we can call it. So, yeah.
Talking about consortia, because you showed, for example, the number of consortia, like 10 in which you are participating now. Do you have similar partners from one program to another, or every time it's built from the scratch?
Of course, it depends. It's not so straightforward, but we try to keep together with the partners with whom we collaborated already, or they try to keep with us. Let's say if we are, let's say, committed, we deliver, then we are, let's say, more often invited to the future projects. So definitely, it's better to build on the kind of already existing experiences. So usually we have some repetition, I would say, in this consortia.
We have here the representatives on the entities, on the companies that are successful in getting the European money. But for sure, on the audience, we have also companies or institutions that maybe are only willing to start. So the general question to all of you is, what kind of support should be provided for them? Maybe some organizational support, maybe the support from the governmental side. How do you see it? You can just answer one after another, or
maybe I will start. Yes, so the support is really needed, especially with the moment when we apply about in the new competition, when the rules are different than in the previous one. And if this is a first call, for sure it's need support, how to write proposal, and what are the rules, and what are the good practice. And this, I think, is the most important from the beginning. The second thing is to building this networking. This is very important, to find the right partners to your ideas, to your proposal. And the third thing, which is from my point of view very important, to have support from some national authorities or other points of information which can check what we describe and what we provide in our proposals. This is important, to have all points marked or points done in your proposal, to not missing anything. So this is from our side.
So it's really a path we passed through during many years. So theoretically, it is possible that some newcomer can join European consortium and get European project. Theoretically, but very unlikely. Actually, it works in such a way that you must be present, you must build a network of relations and network of partners, and build a confidence of these partners to you, whether you will do the right job in the right time, within the budget, and so on and so forth. So practically speaking, it means that you need to participate in some European organization, which are association, partners, platforms, whatever you want. There are a number of them. And here we are going to simply practicalities. That means that you have to participate in meetings and you have some budget for travel first. It's not much, but you need it. More and more often, you have to pay the fee of such organization. The fee originally, when we started, it was roughly 1,000 euro yearly, and now it is 10,000 euro yearly. So if you are coming from relatively wealthy center, okay, you can manage. But if you are coming from a small university in Poland, try to ask the direct president of your university to pay, let's say, 10,000 euro yearly for the fee, giving him a hope that maybe in 5 to 10 years you will receive one European project. If you will be lucky, congratulations. So these are the simply mechanisms that existed but do not exist anymore. It was the possibility to, in so-called non-finance research project or something like that, that signing an agreement with such an association meant that you could receive the refunding of the money spent for the participation in such project. We are talking about maybe 30,000 zlotys yearly, next to nothing. But you need it to be present, to discuss with the people, to know what are the topics, to create the consortium before the opening of the call. Most of the European projects, the consortia in European projects were built before the opening of the calls, simply. And then you need this another, let's say, 10,000 euro or maybe less for the participation in this association. That's the mandatory condition. And that's a real and, in my opinion, not so costly support that could be given to newcomers.
Krzysztof, you want to add something?
I can only agree with this, and I can say that for SMEs, it's even more difficult to be involved. We are involved in several of such organizations, and say the money is important, but then you also need to have commitment in the company to be involved, because it's like, as you said, it's like 2,000 euros per year for SME to be part of 6G SNS, for instance, one of the partnerships that we are contributing to. But then you need to have somebody who will be active there and be involved, propose something, voluntarily do something for free, and just to show that we are present, we have competencies. So this is something that, and that brings me just to, let's say, such a point that we need commitment in the company for longer time. So it's important to have the support for such activities from the top management in the company for being involved in such activities, because the time perspective for this project is not months, it's years, and it takes time, and you can see the benefits really after several years, not in the beginning. So that's why it's important to have this commitment, let's say, from the top management and understanding that it will take time, simply.
This is my turn to completely support what you said.
Jacek, do you want to add something too?
For the very beginners, experience in preparing application is always useful. I'm talking about a person who can translate great idea into standardized application form. It will be difficult for the beginners. And just one remark, if you are trying to obtain the money from the project, please focus on your business. Grants should be help businesses grow, but they are not business in themselves.
Thank you for this input also. So, like, I think that the main take-home message from our discussion is that firstly, we should be present in the partnership, in the ecosystem. We should attend the meetings like this one, but also the European meetings, the matchmaking events, in order to build the network. But this participation should be the part of the long-term strategy of the company, to build something not for a year, not for a two, but these projects are long-lasting, and also we have to have a lot of commitment in order to fulfill the final goal. I also would like to invite all of the people in the auditory to participate in the matchmaking events, because this is the first step in order to build the network. The matchmaking event organized by Industry Contact Points, it's holding today from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. here on the campus. So you're all invited to make the network, to make the first connections. And also there is a lot, because we were talking about the budget that you have to invest at the beginning in order to build the network, to participate in the partnerships. But also there is a lot of events that in fact are free for participants. Every year we have the annual meeting organized by Industry Contact Points that is called Horizon for Poland. And this year it will happen on the 18th of November. Under the main theme would be Poland in Horizon Europe, innovation, cooperation, development. So I think that it's really fitting the most important words that we say today, that the network and the cooperation can build the strength for the future application for the Horizon Europe money. So thank you a lot for this very interesting panel, presenting the technologies and then going also to these more general aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, let's thank all the panelists again for their valuable insights. Thanks a lot. And it's time to go to the final part of the afternoon session, which is keynote speech and panel discussion on valorization of knowledge for effective implementation of technological solutions in the view of Framework Program 10. In other words, we shall discuss how can we better convert knowledge into impact under FP10. So the first part of the session is a short keynote speech, and that will be delivered by Ioannis Sagias from European Commission, Deputy Head of Unit for Valorization Policies. Dear Ioannis. Hello. Here is your place.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed panelists, and dear participants, thank you. It's a great honor to be here. And I really thank the organizers for giving the opportunity for knowledge valorization to be included into today's program, speaking about tech sovereignty, of course, and strategic autonomy. And that clearly shows that valorization is a way to fast translate and transform research results into something that is impactful and also helps the autonomy and the progress, competitiveness of the Union. So today's event, we heard it this morning, and I think we are in a good position to wrap it up because we heard all of this nice input from the morning. It's timely because we are facing challenges, geopolitical, environmental, societal, financial challenges. And now we need to see how fast we can translate research results into impacts, into societal and financial benefit, what we really call a knowledge valorization, and then how this can actually help the future of Europe's strategic economy, competitiveness, and resilience. We heard many approaches to fight the challenges. Actually, we heard a lot of challenges. And I think that besides the challenges, we heard also a lot of proposals for solutions or solutions that are actually taking place right now. And these challenges, I think, was summarized this morning. We heard also about the IP finance. We heard about fragmentation, problems with funding, regulation versus simplification, dual-use technologies. So all of these were raised. And we see that knowledge valorization, at least for us in the Commission, lies into the heart of the solution. And the pertinent question is that can the next framework program, actually the current framework program, Horizon Europe, and the next framework program, FP10, place knowledge valorization into the center of these innovation efforts and help close the gap, the innovation gap that we have between being excellent in research, but not that excellent when it comes to translation into market and technology deployment. So I would like to go a bit back and see from where we start, because I think we heard it before that certain things that we couldn't imagine that are feasible, now we're living them. And I think it's the same with the story of framework programs. So we started back in FP6 and FP7, and people that have been consistent in applications in the program, they know that we didn't have anything about dissemination exploitation. Dissemination exploitation was introduced in FP7. Then it became a bit more stronger with Horizon Europe asking for a specific exploitation dissemination plans, pathway to market. And then when it comes to Horizon Europe, we even made it a bit more streamlined, what we were asking the projects to do, and think about the results before they just have them in their hands and just thinking about at the end of the project, what shall I do with them? So I think that in Horizon Europe, we took some steps forward on how we can valorize, how we can capitalize on the investment that we do in research and innovation. And together with the member states, we introduced knowledge valorization. So knowledge valorization for us is something broader than knowledge transfer. It's an umbrella term that encompasses activities that we all do in our projects or in our daily activities when we are in the research and innovation domain. Anything that has to do with intellectual property management, standardization, inter-academia collaboration, anything that has to do with peer learning. So it is things that we already do. We put an umbrella term called knowledge valorization, and together with you, the member states, we managed to have a common understanding, a common framework of what exactly knowledge valorization is and how this knowledge valorization can be useful in closing the innovation gap and also providing some concrete instruments on what we can do, how we can valorize further, and how we can we increase the value from the research and innovation investment. So we try to address the insufficient IP commercialization. We heard this morning that it's a big issue, IP-backed finance, for example. The low level of industry-academia cooperation, although it is really good, it's much better than it used to be in FP7 or Horizon 2020, still we have things to do. Weak links with standardization. I don't think that we connect well research with standards, and we don't systematically engage society, citizens, civil society into the projects. We have the policy framework, but is it enough? I think that throughout the day we heard that it is not enough to have the policy framework there. But at least the Commission tries to put down, besides the policy framework on knowledge valorization, specific other policy initiatives that can help things in a different way. And I would say that for the first time, under this mandate of the Commission, we heard that research and innovation can legislate. Not only one framework program every 7 years, but move forward with acts that could actually define and regulate certain things about innovation and the European research area in the member states and together with the member states. So moving stronger in just removing the obstacles that we have so far, and of course, Commission is there to propose it, at least to do it with the legislative way. But before that, I want to mention the two challenges which, for me, stemmed throughout the day. The first was this persistent challenge of the innovation gap. So we're excellent in research, not that excellent in market uptake, and especially when it comes to deep tech. And we see that very often the research results are there. We had excellent examples just like 20 minutes ago, excellent examples of projects, and thank God that these results actually move on and we have these testimonials, but there are so many results staying in the drawers of our universities and our research institutions and our organizations. So we need to do something more than that, and I think that comes the second challenge, which is the low private investment. The low private investment, because with public funding we can do a lot, but we cannot do everything. So we need to increase that, and we need to increase. We heard in the morning that University of Warsaw is doing well on that. I think that many universities can do really well on this, but we need to be more systematic at the European level, and we need to see, together with the investment of public money through instruments like, let's say, the EIC Accelerator, or in general, the Framework Program, or other programs of the Commission, we need to see how we can change the climate and be convincing, or, let's say, if possible, use the public funding only for the risk alleviation and not necessarily for the major investment. And the instruments that I mentioned before that we try to do now, you know that the startup and scale-up strategy will be adopted tomorrow, for example. It will be a way forward to see actions that Commission is willing to take in order to change the way that startups are being dealt, and basically the scaling up, because the scaling up is the problem. We have the idea, we create the company, but this company unfortunately does not have the right instruments or the right funding to continue. So we need to see the scaling up and actions for that. We have the European Innovation Act coming up that will regulate things around innovation. And that is a first-class opportunity for the member states to help Commission define things. So it cannot be only Commission setting the pace here. We have the ERA Policy Agenda 25-27. Knowledge valorization is a structural action, and there what we try to do with the structural action is to have strengthened the intermediaries, so knowledge transfer and technology transfer, and also a way to measure valorization, because I think it's important that we're not talking about something that is unmeasurable, but we have concrete data on the table. The ERA Act, which is also upcoming, will regulate how the European research area will work and will help member states also facilitate how the actors inside the member states are working together. And finally, the new research and technology infrastructures. 3 weeks ago, I was again here in Warsaw speaking about the event under the presidency, the Polish presidency, about technology infrastructures and the way forward. And I think that this strategy actually brings technology infrastructures and research infrastructures as facilitators for innovation ecosystems. And I think that that's also very important. But the question that now remains is how we make valorization a structural part of how Europe innovates. And the question comes now for FP10. You heard from our president, Ms. von der Leyen, that we're going to have a standalone framework program. So finally, the competitiveness fund will be there. We will be connected with the competitiveness fund when it comes to policy windows, but funding will be directly from the Research and Innovation Framework Program, the FP10. We will see the name, of course, when the time comes. And it remains also to see the budget and the structure, but these are ongoing discussions. And these are the good news. And now it's like, what are we proposing to be included in FP10? We heard it from Professor Buzek this morning that we need probably a new instrument, a new mechanism. And the idea is that exactly this. We're trying to propose here a valorization mechanism. You can call it tool, you can call it instrument. We would like to propose a mechanism that will include funding and services at the same time. So not to have things dispersed into different services and different initiatives, but to concentrate it in a mechanism that would cut across the whole FP10 and will make sure that there will be funding for the needs of beneficiaries to mature their results in their valorization path. So the necessary funding that is needed, we heard before that it could be small grants of proof of concept, it can be demonstrators, it can be even larger grants for transition, but also at the same time services in the terms of advisory, in support, in commercialization, and also being connected very closer with the market. So that is the idea, and of course, we believe that nobody will object into this valorization mechanism, especially when it's embedded into the framework program in a way that is horizontal and cuts across all maturity levels. But Commission cannot do that alone, so this mechanism needs to be reflected also in the work of the member states. And I think that you play a crucial role when it comes to defining the national policy and the regional policy. And there are a lot of lessons learned, basically, coming from the member states. And the idea here is that, for example, the Wider Advanced Facility, it's a fantastic instrument to use in order to demonstrate what are the strengths of the region, of the particular parts of Europe that you have the challenge and you deal with the challenge in a different way, and that way can be beneficial for everybody in Europe. And we need this kind of advisory, and we need basically the change of the mentality. I would like to close with one thing, which we heard it throughout the morning. We're not short in ideas in Europe, and we're not short in talent. I think that we have both. What we're short of with the institutional capacity, the financial alignment, and the cultural mindset to bring all of these ideas to flourish. So for us, knowledge valorization is creating value for society. If this value is economic, social, environmental, cultural, it doesn't matter. The purpose is to have this value and return this value back to society. and also use the public investment in research and innovation for that. And we believe that the next framework program, but also the current framework program, because we already tried to introduce things in the last years of Horizon Europe that will demonstrate the way forward on this. And we believe that the strategic autonomy to develop, deploy, and scale up the technologies can only come if we work together. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, so let's now move towards the panel discussion. This discussion will be led by Vice President of the Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technologies, Madam Katarzyna Walczyk-Matuszyk, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ioannis, for a great introduction about the knowledge valorization to this panel. Now we will focus on the issue of the knowledge valorization for effective implementation of technological solution, but in a view of the forthcoming FP. So I would like to kindly invite the other panelists. Dr. Agata Wancio, Deputy Director from the Department of Innovation and Industry Policy, Ministry of Economy, Development and Technology, Republic of Poland. Please. Michele Andolfo, CEO Artigo, Italy. Barbara Świątkowska, Social Transformations and Resilience Candidate Partnership, National Science Center, Poland. And last but not least, Antonio Carbone, expert at Horizon Europe EIC and EIE Program Committee, Italy, please. Okay, so I have a warm-up question to all the panelists. Because Ioannis, you already said a lot about the knowledge valorization, how did it happen that is in Horizon Europe. So let me pass this question to other panelists now, because maybe we start with Agata. How do you evaluate, how do you assess currently existing valorization instruments and mechanisms which are implemented under the framework program? Do you see any bottlenecks or maybe some advantages, maybe some good examples that could be also implemented here?
No, should be working. Thank you for the question, but you mean at the national level or at the EU level?
At the EU level.
Okay. For sure, we have made a good progress. At the EU level, through the Horizon Europe, we have implemented a lot of instruments that help to bridge the world of science, public administration, and industry. The EIC helped to bridge the so-called value dev when it comes to supporting high-growth startups in scaling up activities. But these are very good steps, but of course we have a room for improvement, let's say, to increase our efficiency in using EU funds. And I think that it works similarly when it comes to synergy between EU funds and EU and national funds at the member state level. Over the last decade, I'm talking about now the experience of Poland, we increased our engagement when it comes to resources dedicated to research. We set not only the research in the center of our R&D and innovation strategy, at the national level, but how to use this research to bring the value for society, for economy, for the end user of the innovation. There is, as I said, there is a room for improvement, and one of the instrument, one of the mechanism we can think to improve in the previous, in the following perspective, could be co-funding mechanism. We have tried to implement some of them, like EDIC or excellence centers for semiconductors industries. But while implementing this instrument, we have faced a lot of barriers. Some of users would call it a nightmare when it comes to try to realize conduct the same project from 2 or more different sources of funding. The idea was excellent, but the implementation a little bit worse. So maybe we should think of more common joint programming, maybe a little bit of more trust when it comes to, let's say, treat it the same way the evaluating at the EU and national level. So we, let's say, we don't need to evaluate twice or auditing twice. We just can try the other party that they did it well. So we can follow this. And co-funding is, I think we should go this way, but with maybe better programmed mechanism. And for sure, we need to experiment, to test with different instruments. And we have tried, I have to say, in Poland. We just launched 2 weeks ago, or even 1 week ago, common instrument mechanism for scaling startups between EIT and Poland. We will be carrying out the pre-pilot in Poland and then try to scale across different countries in the region. I mean, especially Central and Eastern Europe. And we are trying within this instrument to combine the expertise of EIT, the broad networks of innovation experts, investors, and the whole community, and combine this with funding from national fund and a kind of a task force for this. So just to be sure that we are aligned with the EU goal and the national goals, for example, the smart specialization strategy, which is still in place.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this extensive explanation and mentioning so many initiatives. I think also important that there is a constant effort for the synergies for the sake of the knowledge valorization. But you also mentioned EIC, and we have an EIC expert, Antonio. Do you see EIC as a best example, best practice related to knowledge valorization? And I will be provocative. Why is it working in Western countries? And why is it not working here?
Thank you. First, I come from Italy, so I have to distinguish regions' performance in Italy because some of our regions' performances are pretty similar to the widening countries' performance under EIC. Well, EIC is maybe one of the main novelty under Horizon Europe. I have to distinguish between the EIC family because many people talk about EIC and mainly talk about the EIC accelerator, which is only one part of the EIC family. maybe the most important in terms of budget, because over the 70% of the 10 billion for ESE goes to ESE Accelerator for Scale Up, but we have also other instruments and other services for under the ESE. The idea of the Commission at the very beginning was to ensure a kind of a seamless support from basic research through the Pathfinder, the ESE Pathfinder, up to the scaling up through the ESE Accelerator. Passing by, let's say, the first valley of that, let's say the one regarding the tech transfer, which is represented under the ESE from the ESE transition. Now, Poland under ESE, generally speaking, is one of the, I think, the best country among the widening countries. I have some data here, if you want, because you asked me some data about Poland.
Always numbers.
But, you know, ESE is super competitive. Again, there are different instruments for different constituencies, different rules, different stages of development. And it's not so easy to ensure this seamless support. For instance, at my knowledge, I still don't know any companies or any research teams that set up a company from Pathfinder to transition, find out a real concrete application or product development through transition by establishing a company before or during a transition, and then successfully apply for the ESE Accelerator. Even because we are talking about deep tech, and especially in some sector, it can take 10, 15 years and very highly capital intensiveness from basic research. So the Pathfinder with identification and validation of technologies, and then feasibility, technical business feasibility through the transition, and then industrial prototype, market entry, and scale up through the accelerator. So maybe we still need some time to better, let me say, assess the ESE. But let me just mention what somebody much more famous than me said a few months ago, because our Italian former Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, published on behalf of the Commission last September a report, The Future of European Competitiveness, and he said that ESE has to play a crucial role to close that innovation gap between, let me say, research and commercialization, between academia and industry. And he also said that for the next EU programming, maybe with FP10 or maybe under the Competitiveness Fund, the budget of ESE should be doubled. Because again, we have the number, and especially Pathfinder and the Accelerator are really, really competitive funding scheme with less than 5% of success rate. And in the meantime, very excellent proposal, excellent applications, not funded just because budget is not enough.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's very important. Valorization is also about collaboration, science and academia, and with industry. Michele, you are representing industry. So how do you see from the industrial perspective the valorization currently? And are there any obstacles in collaborating with academia, and are there differences between collaborating as an industry with academia, well, in Western Europe, here, there are any support mechanism? If you could share your experience.
Thank you very much. Of course, there are differences between academia and industries because both entities are pursuing different objectives. Academia wants publication, wants open discussion about results, which are the results of an investigation, a study. Industry, on the other side, of course, needs secrets, needs advantage, competitiveness compared to the other companies, to the competitors. So this is the main issue if we're talking about IPs, of course, of matching together industry and academia. About the valorization, of course, if I have to say something that is wrong in this moment, because already Antonio said the good things about ESE, and it's that the instruments, especially for industry, for SMEs, are really diversified. So it's really complicated for a small company to identify the right instrument to valorize and to go through all these instruments. Of course, coming back to IPs, we're talking about companies and academia throughout 28 different countries, and so the issues of having a standardized IP management also is really complicated. Yeah, so this is the main issues on the IPs. Of course, there are differences between Western countries and Central, Eastern, or widening countries. I lived 9 years in Poland, so I touched myself the differences between Italy and Poland. As everything, there are good and bad things. Talking about the good things is that, for sure, the widening countries are much eager, much interested in all these new possibilities of new funding schemes and so on. Of course, on the other hand, there are lacks of not professionality, but more about information. So sometimes still is missing some information, I can say. But for example, Krzysztof Samp before talked perfectly about how you have to pass through a learning curve. So phase 1, you learn how to be part of the battle. Then you start to be credible, and this is the most important thing, because especially for Western entities like industries or institutes, it's really important and it's really fundamental to find counterpartners in other parts of Europe, especially in the widening countries. This also because I had really good opportunities here in Poland to meet very good institutes, especially to fill the gap. It looks like that the value of that is really popular today, because the other big trouble that industries face is that usually projects funded are not so much in the phase of TRL 7 to TRL 9. So also having institutes that can work together with you, and I found a couple of them here in Poland at this level. I'm a rubber user, rubber producer, so having institutes that can work with not grams but tons of devices, of implementation lines, it's really, really, really important.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, but before value of that, before higher TRL, we still have the basic research. And there still is an ongoing discussion and very a complex issue. Does valorization has anything to do with the basic research? Can we somehow embed it? Valorization already in the basic research. Basia, this is the question to you, representing National Science Center, dealing with basic research on a daily basis. Do you see that the knowledge valorization can be embedded from the initial stage of basic research, but also maintaining bottom-up approach, so that we not influence the basic that much?
Yes, so I represent the National Science Center, and we found basic research on bottom-up approach, and but we do take part in the framework programs as a funding agency through co-funds. So we already did take part in these kind of programs in Horizon 2020, and either through encouragement or through call requirements, we tried to embed the valorization of research results into the funded projects. So we do encourage collaboration between scientists and the non-academic sector. Of course, not only this means companies, but very often civil society, especially in humanities and social sciences, also NGOs and different stakeholders. And then we do have a value to the society through our projects funded in different disciplines, through information campaigns, through exhibitions, through media, through popularization of knowledge results among the society. So there are very different ways to valorize research results. Now, we are also involved in the new instrument that the Commission has in the new Horizon Europe programs, which are European partnerships, and we are actually building at this moment the Social Transformations and Resilience Partnership, which is dedicated to social sciences and humanities. A very important element which was introduced now by the Commission is that those projects have a much broader range of additional activities which support knowledge valorization. So, for example, we are involved in understanding how, for example, survey and administrative data from ministries and how research on those data could enhance better policies, or how research infrastructures and making data available for being reused can enhance better knowledge uptake, and using the data created in research projects again and again for better results, and how we can build capacity in institutions, and many other measures that are embedded in those new instruments.
Thank you. So you mentioned like a very broad approach to valorization and measuring it. Yanis, the question to you now: how does the European Commission measures the effectiveness of the knowledge valorization process currently now in Horizon Europe? This is like the number of the patents, I don't know, spin-off startups, or such a broad approach as well, targeting skills and going beyond.
Right. Thank you for this question. I would just like to make a couple of very short points. Of course, please. Because, I mean, all the co-panelists, that's really important things. About basic research, one very interesting data is that the #1 patent applications in Horizon Europe come from ERC grantees. So basic research is really top in patent applications. And this is from a program that really fights against having dissemination exploitation plans into the grant agreement. So that's one point. EIC transition. I think that EIC transition is maybe the most important innovation of the innovation agency itself, of the Innovation Council itself, because it really helps to do the transition in a moderated way over the valley of death, and really helps the transition to be done in the things that matter the most when it comes to the result. Simplification and corporate approach when it comes. I think we tried a lot under Horizon Europe to have a corporate grant agreement, but just to have a grant agreement which is common amongst 16 programs is not enough. I think that we need to have common rules for participation and implementation throughout all programs. I think Competitiveness Fund was one of this approach, and I don't think that even being standalone as FP10, we will escape having the same rules for participation. So I really hope a lot on that. Management of IP as early as possible, which is it's important, and also having credibility in managing your IP. I think it's one of the most important elements into Horizon Europe, but also for FP10. And coming back to your question, from the documents you see that we have the key impact pathways that we measure with data that we are collecting in order to measure what's happening in the framework program. Valorization is under key impact pathways 6 and 7. I don't want to be very technical here, but it's everything that measures how many startups, scale-ups we are generating, how many companies actually they survive, how many of them they put innovation into society. And of course, we collect IP patents, we collect everything that has to be collected from the reporting templates, but that's not enough. It is not enough in the sense that we have a very good overview of where the money goes, but we don't have a very good overview of what the money make with, what we actually produce with this money. Because most of the cases, and I think it was already mentioned, the value itself comes 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years after the end of the project. And might be also a series of projects which might start as early as FP6 or FP7 and go through a pathway through private and public funding, national or European, and then to reach something to the market. I think a very good example was about the vaccines for COVID. Yes, it was proven that the company was also funded, and I say also funded from Horizon, but not only. And that's the situation. So we measure the valorization through the tools we have and through the reporting, but we need to go one step beyond and try to connect data from different sources. And what we have to deliver still this year under the Polish presidency, hopefully, otherwise it will be under the Danish presidency, is a measurement framework for knowledge valorization. We promised that to the member states a year ago, and now I think that we are in the position to validate this framework and to deliver it to you, to test it and see if it really makes sense and actually measures the value we generate with the investment.
That's very important. You mentioned in your speech also the wider advance facility, which is actually implemented here by us. And we had this extensive discussion within the consortium about the KPIs, about the knowledge valorization. So the framework you are going to provide either the Polish or the Danish presidency, will it be still to be implemented under the Horizon Europe, or is it just for the future?
No, it will be for Horizon Europe. And basically it needs to be tested on Horizon Europe, so we will put it tested under FP10, so streamlined. And the idea to help valorization more, we propose for the final work programs of Horizon Europe for 26 and 27, and this is not something new because you will see it very soon, even discussed at the level of the member states, to have common valorization calls throughout the clusters, for example, in Pillar 2. Because I think that the Pillar 2 is maybe, if you allow me to say, I don't like it, but they say it's more problematic. I don't think it's problematic, it's just Pillar 2, it's collaborative research, and collaborative research takes a lot of effort, which can be problematic sometimes, but the Pillar 2 itself is, I think it's a very good instrument. Pillar 1, Pillar 3, they do well. Pillar 2, we need to embed knowledge valorization calls throughout the clusters. I heard it before, cascade funding will continue as an instrument, so we can overcome a bit the cumbersome procedures and the bureaucratic procedures of giving a grant. Fast track to innovation can be used as well, and we're proposing it. And of course, a greater use of lump sums that will help also for the implementation of these grants.
Okay, so looking forward for this new solution. But maybe we could also have a look in other programs, like Basia, you are experienced also in Norway grants or EEA. Is there a valorization also a topic there? And are there solutions targeting the valorization, which could be like the inspiration for us all?
So the EEA and Norway grants are funding that is provided by Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein as a part of those countries being members of the common market. And these funds are used for cohesion policies of the European Union. And they are directed towards widening countries. And we can see also now working with the European partnerships that many issues are much more difficult in widening countries. Also regarding valorization of research results. It is not so obvious that these strategies for valorization of research results are available. And funding like, for example, the EA and Norway grants, it not only provides funding for the calls for research projects themselves, but also for capacity building measures that can make us understand the landscape in the different widening countries and make it easier to have valorization of research results early on in projects, so we can plan capacity building actions, training, skills, but also it is scientists with whom I work, it is not obvious for them what valorization of research results is and how they can embed it very early on in projects. And with these funds, we can provide possibilities for researchers to understand how they can valorize research, how can they bring value to the society with different activities. Also, with these funds, it is possible to have as eligible costs that can be used for valorization of research results, which might not be possible in, for example, national funding schemes. So we see a difference between our own funding schemes at the National Science Center and what is possible within the research projects and what is possible in this kind of funding, for example, through the cohesion funds, but also in projects funded by the European Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned the national funding, so I target my question to Agata. You mentioned some instruments, but what about the future? What are the priorities and plans regarding the knowledge valorization and maybe further streamlining with the plans of the European Union and the Commission?
Again. Poland has become one of the largest beneficiaries of the EU research funds. And it has been already said that we in Europe and in Poland have outstanding research talent, tech talent, but still too many research do not leave the lab. I'm the representative of the ministry responsible for economic affairs, so naturally I look at the problem from the market perspective. So we are thinking and we are trying to implement measures, schemes, or improve the whole innovation ecosystem. Just to make the money work better, because we have a lot of funds, but we need to increase the effectiveness of using this money, and it's a kind of a challenge, because on one side we have science, we have scientists, researchers who are talented and have technology at different, let's say, technology readiness level. And on the other side, we have industry, we have business, which is a kind of a risk-averse and not very open to solutions which are not ready, business ready to implement. So maybe a kind of a solution is to work with startup and scale-up market, because they can come in the middle from science sector to industry sector in Poland and in Europe. So now we are working on the startup and scale-up strategy as well as the Commission, but we really believe that some, at least part of the work has to be done at the member states level. Nobody will do it for us. And it's not only about funding, although funding capital is crucial, especially we need smart capital and patient capital. And when it comes to deep tech startups, it's a very important issue, and how to work with scientists to make the commercial, to commercialize research as the way equally important and equally valued as the research output in terms of publication, journals, and it's not so easy, but I believe that almost everybody wants to be rich. So if we have finally a lot of successes and promote those successes, that maybe this culture of entrepreneurship at a Polish university will change, but we need the whole innovation ecosystem to work well, and the funding mechanism have to be, let's say, tailor-tailed and well suited with the rest of the ecosystem. And the last point, and in my opinion maybe the most important, is a cultural issue, the change of mindset. So, of course, funding, regulation, bureaucracy, the whole pipeline of different obstacles. But I believe that the change of mindset, I mean, when we can be quicker in different procedures, in decision making, and maybe not so risk-averse across the whole ecosystem, not only in public administration, in every sector, including VC investors, at least in this part of Europe. We can do better, and we can also mobilize more private capital, more private investor to engage in this innovation game.
Thank you. So going to private, Michele, I will ask about the future. What would, like, the cluster project help to valorize knowledge?
So, not easy question. Means that for sure the work together between academia and industry must be in some way better valorized, and so shifting from a project-based system to an ecosystem, as was Agata saying just a few moments ago. And this can be enabled with long-term projects. So shifting out from the classical project-based, so helping academy to do their long-term research and coming out with something that is close to 7, 8 TRL, and then with the help of industry, for sure going to 10, because at the end, this is the most important thing. Having something to show, to sell in the market, and making wellness for everybody. So jobs, creation, and whatever is, is giving wellness to the European people. Then, of course, another thing that I would like to focus is the going out from for FP10. So going out from the classical system of a research enabler to be something that can be a business catalyst, as I mentioned. So going further, in my opinion, lump sum, all this kind of new type of opportunities in Horizon is really helping industry to be more efficient, more quicker, definitely quicker, and not losing time in all the and really long administrative procedures. That, of course, in Horizon, as was mentioned also in the previous panel, Horizon is definitely the best program on this. So, there is no discussion between Horizon and classical national program in Italy, in Poland, wherever. But, for sure, the lump sum also helped a lot to be more attractive for industries. This is my consideration about possibilities for the future on FP10.
Thank you. So I target now to Antonio. Is there any room for improvement or fine-tuning of the EIC for the future?
I think so. Since the ESC success, I would say that it is directly proportional to the maturity of a national or regional research commercialization pipeline or the maturity of startup ecosystem, or the maturity and the size of venture capital dimension in a region or in a country. Well, I think there are already some action in place, and we can start from this. You mentioned, of course, your widening advanced facility as whatever is fostering knowledge and activities in terms of dissemination and exploitation is more than welcome. But from this year, from widening countries, there is also the pre-accelerator scheme, which is a kind of preparatory action for widening, including Polish companies, deep tech companies and startups, to better prepare towards the real ESC accelerator application from TRL 4 to TRL 6, fine-tuning the business model, and so on. I think for the future, a similar preparatory action to be funded under FP10, or also through national and regional funds, might be addressed to transition if there will be again ESC, if there will be again ESC transition. In that case, and this is very important, I heard with great interest and pleasure the focus on proof of concept transition, because that's really important, especially for research teams. Personally, I'm not a fan of the payoff the researcher turn into an entrepreneur. I don't think this is the general rule. It happens, and it's great when it happens, but it's not so common, even because a researcher, maybe it's the case that continue to be a researcher, an excellent researcher. What is needed, in my opinion, is more and more contamination with industry, tools, initiatives to, of course, upskill researchers' skills, but also provide researchers with specific services, collaborations, partnerships in terms of market trends, industrial needs analysis, IP, regulatory, and so on. That's very important. Last 2 cents from my side. When we move towards a product development under the family of the ESC, I talk about especially transition and ESC accelerator. Maybe there will be in the future additional balance between the traditional collaborative projects, which are very useful and precious. They were and they are the basis of the framework programs, and the single applicant mechanism. Because in the end, when we move to a product, when we get closer to the market, the owner is the one company, one startup that was born for that product development. So also in terms of IP ownership, it's not so easy to manage IP when we come from a consortium made of 15, 20, 25 partners. And we face it now under the ESC, because till last year, the ESC transition eligibility was closed only to those people already winning a Pathfinder, or the predecessors of a Pathfinder, which was called Future and Emerging Technologies FET, or an ERC proof of concept. Since last year, the possibility was opened up also to the beneficiaries of a cluster, the 6 clusters under the second pillar of Horizon Europe. But again, not so easy to manage IP since transition. Then the accelerator will be a follow-up project of previous projects, funded projects. Not so easy to manage the IP ownership coming from a consortium of many partners. Last but not least, especially for the scale-up or for fostering market entry possibilities, maybe in the future, one main actor in terms of synergies might be the so-called national promotional institutions, national promotional banks. Some countries, like in Italy, we are testing a kind of building up a special vehicle, a specific vehicle, to co-invest in deep tech startups, and afterwards prepare, maybe with the stronger shoulders, apply for ESC accelerator. It might be also a solution also to be funded through national structural funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this intervention and sharing the best practices. Time is flying, unfortunately. I have a last concluding question to Ioannis. When can we expect the first proposition of FP10?
Well, I joined my voice with yours when. We really don't know because it was unclear until recently whether we're going to have a standalone or not program. Now I think after the very clear statement of last week, we are moving very fast ahead with the first draft. This draft incorporates all the exchanges that we have done with the member states, but also with the stakeholders so far. And I think that there were clear position papers from the member states, from various organizations also urging the Commission for a standalone, but also providing specific input on what should be included. All of this has been taken into account, and the first draft, what we call the martyr document, pretty much is ready, but this is not to be shared because it will be a martyr over the way. It will be probably bleed to death until it comes forward as a coherent document. What we expect is at least over summer, first of all, to see the announcement of the new MFF, which will give a very good indication about the budget allocation, because also the budget allocation defines the level of ambition. And the level of ambition needs to be reflected also into the drafts, but also into the way of working. And what I wanted to also to put as a last message is that we're asking member states and the stakeholders to do certain things, but also Commission needs to change the way we implement the program. Absolutely, when it comes to monitoring, and particularly monitoring the impact and the value generated during, but also after the end of the project.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yes, very important. Well, great applause, please, to the panelists for sharing that various perspectives and experiences. Thank you a lot. I can assure you that after this panel, we will also, let's say, top up our position paper of the EUTech, and happy to contribute as well for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us for the last panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We shall continue tomorrow with the subject of valorization. But for the time being, I will ask Mr. President of the Chamber for Commerce for Higher Technologies to summarize the first day of the conference and to lead us to the next events of this night, of this evening.
Director, thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our agenda today is very, very busy. As we know, we have started with the keynote by President Hanna Virkkunen, focused on the European strategy for technological sovereignty. It was followed by the keynote of our Polish minister responsible for digital affairs on the Polish contribution to the European Plan for Technological Sovereignty. After that high-level debate moderated by Professor Jerzy Buzek with the high-level panelists, starting from former Prime Minister of Poland, Waldemar Pawlak, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, but also the presidents of European organizations, so IARTO, ICA, and ADRA. Of course, also with participation of Director of University of Warsaw and the Vice President of the Patent Office. The discussion, the debate on how to secure the achievement of the goal of regaining Europe's technological sovereignty in the light of the goals of the priorities of the Polish presidency. After the coffee break, very, I think, valuable keynote by Professor Piotr Sankowski on how to use artificial intelligence to rebuild Europe's technological sovereignty. And the plenary session number 1 focus on assessment of the impact of the EU framework programs and European partnerships on development of Europe's technological sovereignty, moderated by the president of the Vigo Photonics. After lunch, the second plenary session, here we focus on presenting the success stories of Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe,
we presented the examples of science industry cooperation, implementation of high technologies were presented. It was very interesting, moderated by Katarzyna Jatko-Piórecka from Łukasiewicz ETech Institute. And last but not least, keynote and panel focused on valorization of knowledge in a view of FP10, moderated by the Vice President of ISTE, Katarzyna Walczyk-Matuszyk. I think the only I can do now is, on behalf of the Polish Chamber of Commerce of High Technology and University of Warsaw, I would like to thank all distinguished guests, including speakers, panelists, and moderators who actively participated in our debates. Let me thank our partners for very, very good cooperation. As I have already mentioned during the welcome address, we are going to extend the position paper of the Polish high-tech sector on the 10th framework program to include issues of technological sovereignty, but it will be some kind of output of our conference. But also we would like to prepare the recommendation concerning the national strategy for the restoration of technological sovereignty on the basis of the priorities of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union. But in addition to today's main session, we still have the parallel activities foreseen in our agenda. In a few minutes, the bus will take our participant to the Vigo Photonics. It is the study visit, which will last until 7:30 p.m. And the Horizon Europe matchmaking event organized by the industry contact points has just started at 4 p.m. And it has place in the building close to the in front of the old library building of the university. So of course, just after my wrap up, we are invited also for the networking session. So here I would like to thank Professor Zygmunt Lalak, the Vice Rector of University of Warsaw, and his team, as well as my team representing Polish Chamber of Commerce for High Technology, for the enormous effort put into preparing our conference. Please stand up, colleagues, and I think applause is good for all of us. So thank you for joining us here in Warsaw, as well as online, of course. Let us enjoy the networking session and see you tomorrow at the National Knowledge Valorization Day, organized in collaboration with the European Commission as a part of the ongoing EU campaign on knowledge valorization. Thank you and have a nice afternoon, and see you tomorrow.